I'll get you at halftime.
At halftime?
If we go really long, there could be a halftime. Mark, thank you.
There's a certain age where some of us need halftime.
Yeah. So good evening and welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting. And I appreciate those that are both in person and those that are online this evening. So I know the question I was going to ask Amy. As we get started, I just wanted to mention we have a new set of pictures in the hallway. And I'm forgetting the school district.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Terrell Moffitt with the advanced photography class at the Nampa School District.
So he did a different set of photos, but we have a new set out there. And so I just thought I'd mention to those here and to council to take a minute to go look at the pictures because they're awesome. And then, and before we get started, I do want to say we do have our Christmas tree lighting this coming Saturday, the 26th, and the program starts at 5:15, and the actual tree will be lit at 6 o'clock, and we have new lights. So hopefully we'll all be there. Awesome. So as we get started, I love the tradition that we have, and that is that we open our evening in prayer. And Pastor Chris, as you come forward, would you like to share, do you want to share just briefly the building that you've renovated and what you're doing, if you don't mind? And so Chris is the pastor at the Nampa Seventh-day Adventist Church, and thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and council members. So we have purchased the old St. Al's Clinic at 211 West Iowa, just adjacent to our property, and have remodeled that 18,000 square foot building into a community resource center. We'll offer exercise classes, cooking classes, Financial Peace University, as well as food and clothing for the community free of charge. And so we're really excited. The elevator just showed up today. That's been the linchpin that we've been waiting on. And so everything's coming together, and we're very excited to open our doors very soon to continue serving the city of Nampa. So, Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to share that.
That's awesome. It's pretty exciting. So,
Yes, yeah.
thank you.
And again, Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to be here together this evening to invite the Lord's presence and heavenly wisdom as you all deal with the matters of this city. So with that, let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Father in heaven, we thank you for your love for us. We thank you for your goodness. We thank you for the city of Nampa and the blessings that you have brought to us. Lord, we thank you for each of our citizens here in this community. We pray, Lord, that your hand of protection will continue to be on us. Lord, there is evil in this world, and unfortunately we deal with that. And we just pray that you be with all those that are in harm's way. We pray for our city leaders as they make decisions that affect us all. We ask for heavenly wisdom, Lord, that they will make decisions that will be a blessing to our community and those who may want to join our community. Lord, give them wisdom as they deal with the issues that arise in the city, like we have here in Nampa. And Lord, we just ask that as there's hurt and pain and anger across our nation, as there's senseless violence that takes place, we ask your protection of our community, that we won't be affected by that. And Lord, when senseless crimes do happen, Lord, that justice will be done and that this can continue to be a community where you are lifted up and where you bless. So Lord, bless this evening and all that takes place in this meeting, and may you give wisdom to each one making the decisions. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chris, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do in our community. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Brunner.
Here.
Jankula. Here. Reynolds. Here. Haverfield.
Here.
Bauer.
Here.
All present.
I am not aware of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, do you have any proposed amendments to the agenda this evening?
Mayor, I don't have any, but I would like to ask that, I know we have a couple of golfers, especially Coach Fortner there, and he's going to be testifying on behalf of the fees for the golf. And that is the last one in our tonight. And I wonder if we could get them up somewhere soon so they can testify. What do you think?
We will certainly, let me look at it. I will try to do that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got there we go.
I thought that was me.
Yeah, okay. If there are no further comments, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as noted.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item on the agenda is actually the public forum time. This is a comments, an opportunity for our citizens that would like to make a comment on an agenda or non-agenda item. And they would have 3 minutes to speak. Do we have anyone signed up this evening?
Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay. So with that, is there anyone here that would like to speak or had intended to sign up that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. So we do not have any proclamations this evening. We don't have any agency or commission reports, but we do have staff communications from Planning and Zoning. This is the third quarter 2022 density report with Rodney Ashby.
I'm sorry, Mayor, give me just a minute.
And as he's pulling it up, I will say, you know what, the hope will be that we're through all new business and unfinished business before we step into public hearings. So that will be nice.
Yeah. You know,
It depends on Rodney.
thank you, Rodney. Next.
Well, we could move to new business items and do staff report at the
I
end.
think we better, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Well, let's go ahead and move to new business items. And this is section 6 on the agenda. And we'll begin with 6.1, which is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the memorandum of understanding between the city of Nampa, Nampa High District Highway. I have to see if I can talk tonight. It's going to be a long night if I can't. The Nampa Highway District Number 1, in order to create a corridor management plan for Robinson Road from Deer Flat to Franklin Road. This was approved by legal. Would you like a presentation, or are we?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we move forward with the memorandum of understanding. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner. All in favor, motion carries.
So item 6.2, this is to adopt the East Nampa Access, go ahead and come forward as we talk, access study as an amendment to the Transportation Master Plan and direct the staff to utilize its Figure 3 as a refinement of future transportation routes in the East Nampa area. And I asked Claire Bowman to go ahead and do just a quick overview of what's in our packet. And the reason for that is because this is a significant change, and I think for the public, it's important that we go ahead and make mention of this publicly. So Claire, thank you for being here, and I think you're probably trying to connect to the system.
I'm connected. I'm just not the most tech-savvy person.
Well, you're there.
That you work with. There, whoops, wrong screen. Is that the one I want? Yes, ma'am. Nice to be here. I met with you all approximately 6 weeks ago, presented this summary. I intend to go through it again this evening briefly, but as the mayor noted, part of the reason for going through it all is that there are folks who didn't see it 6 weeks ago. So we'll go. This is the beginning of the study. We had project conditions in this area of East Nampa, generally bounded by Robinson Road on the west, McDermott on the east, I-84 on the north, and Airport Road on the south. Insufficient network, significant growth coming, the imminent now State Highway 16 interchange, gravel pit redevelopment. Those two items really are the imminent and potential are what triggered this version of the study, because as you see in your council write-up, this is the second amendment to the transportation plan, replacing one of the graphics out of an earlier addendum with a graphic from this one. And the reason it was triggered was essentially funding became available for Highway 16, and the owner of the gravel pit came to Public Works Department beginning to talk about development with a plan that might have blocked any future access from Nampa to that new interchange. So those are the kinds of things we're looking at. Goals, still the same: support mobility, enhance economic vitality of that whole area, support the land use transportation interaction that Rodney and Doug and Brianna are working on, identify appropriate right-of-way dedication, and amend the transportation plan. Those are our goals. This improved connectivity, you can see support, improve, enhance, align, capitalize. Those are laudable objectives, whatever follows them up there. We did have 3 property owner meetings. There are approximately 140 property owners inside that and on the boundaries of East McDermott and West Robinson and South Airport. We invited all of them as well. They're included in that 140. We had nearly 100 total attendees at meetings. This graphic shows you the spaghetti look at all of the options that we considered along the way, including those 3 meetings. This is the one that came out of those meetings as the strongly recommended alternative. I think we only had 2 or 3 property owners who still had qualms about this one. And in the interim since that last meeting, I think we've at least talked with all 3 of them. And I doubt that any of them are here tonight, even though we told them that this would be an action item. So the request is that you take this alternative as the preferred alternative, substitute it for Figure 2 in the current amended Transportation Master Plan, and direct staff to use this version as they work with landowners and developers for future right-of-way preservation.
Thank you. So, council, do you have any questions? No questions? Good job. Good
Okay.
job. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for
You're
making the
welcome.
trip down for this and appreciate your work. So, okay. What is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to adopt the East Napa Access Study as amended to the Transportation Master Plan and direct staff to utilize Figure number 3 and move forward.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Everfield. Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I just want to pause and say thank you. That was a lot of work. We went through the process well. Thank you. I just appreciate, Claire, your work, and to the entire team, Tom. Thank you, guys. You've done a great job, and I'm really pleased to see the work that's been done. So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, item 6.3 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor and the Public Works Director to sign the contract for the irrigation pump station SCADA control system upgrades project with Advanced Control Systems LLC in the amount of $145,102. This is approved in the FY23 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.4 is an action item to authorize the Public Works Director to sign the professional services agreement between the City of Nampa and the Precision Engineering for the Cherry Lane rebuild and widening at 11th Avenue North to Idaho Center Boulevard in the amount of $436,846, time and materials not to exceed.
So move. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.5 is an action item to consider the request for an encroachment agreement by Nampa Christian Schools for encroachment of 2 monument signs within the West Orchard Avenue public right-of-way. This was reviewed and approved by legal. If approved, it would authorize the mayor to sign the encroachment agreement, Exhibit D, on behalf of the city with the following conditions of approval. The signs will be located to meet Nampa City Code requirements for vision clearance. The final location will be approved by the Nampa Engineering Division. The signs will be offset at least 4 feet from any city-owned public utility main, and trees within the right-of-way may not be removed or requested to be removed due to the sign location.
So move. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.6 is an action item, and this is the first reading of the street naming ordinance for East Skyhawk Lane, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, naming a private street East Skyhawk Lane.
Make a motion to approve the, the ordinance as read under suspension of rules. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.7 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign an amended contract with the Nampa Police Protective Association.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our new business items, and so at this time, I think we'll go, Rodney, are you ready? Okay, we'll go to staff report, and then we will go to unfinished. And then I think we're going to have time to adjourn into executive session, which we will do, and then we'll come back in.
So
So,
Mayor, the
wow.
607B on the MPPA, that's, we only needed the one motion, we didn't need to combine those two? I have an A and a B in my packet.
Well, to my knowledge, not, that, because we're just authorizing me to sign the
Okay,
amended
I mean,
contract.
that makes sense, I don't know why those two were there, just they're two separate agenda items, so.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brunner, those were attachments. I would defer to Chief of Staff on that.
Are you talking about the packet, Councilman Brunner?
Yes.
The packet 607A and 607B, they're both MPPA contract draft.
Yeah.
One's a contract negotiated changes, and the other one's a contract final. So
Yeah.
the changes are inclusive in the final?
Correct. So just in the spirit of full transparency, we included a red line copy, so which shows what the changes are, and then the clean copy. And the clean copy is what the mayor would sign. It incorporates the red lines that were in the other version. So,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Rodney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think I have 40 minutes. I'm going to take like less than 5. Quarter 3 density report is what we're going to be talking about today. So these are the preliminary plats, but I want to call your attention to the dates up there. So I wanted to just show kind of a change over time, 4/1 to 3/31, 2022. So that was that quarter, the first quarter. This is the second quarter to June. And again, these are over a year, an annual compilation of preliminary plats. So you can see those there. And then now we have the third quarter, which just concluded on the end of September. And you can see in the red, I've highlighted the changes from the previous quarter. So we only had 3 preliminary plats this last quarter that went through. That was a little bit surprising to me. Okay, so here's a little bit closer view if you have any questions about those. Again, go through this pretty quickly, but here's the list. As you can see, we had, over the past year, we had 1,858 units approved for single-family dwellings, and then 331 units for multifamily units. Okay, so now we'll move to final plats. Again, these are going to be, you're going to see these more in construction projects. So this was that first quarter again. The second quarter, there was quite a few additions in the second quarter there. And now the third quarter here. And there were just too many for me to identify which ones were brand new, but you can see that quite a few dropped off from that previous quarter. So that means approximately a little more than a year ago is when we had a lot of influx of final plats, and now they're just dropping off. Okay, and then just a little closer view, and then the list of final plats. So in the last year, 1,612 units for single family and 88 for multifamily. And finally, the short plats, pretty small here. And those were the two new ones we had in this last quarter. And finally, so total units there were, in short plats, were actually quite a few more for multifamily, so 66 units. And then single family is only 8 dwelling units. So the last thing I just wanted to mention is this next quarter, when we finalize the final quarter of the calendar year 2022, we'll give a lot more detail than we've done in these last quarters. So you'll get a little more information. I also had a discussion internally about some additional information that we can get. Some of the work that Cliff Long is working on to identify how much, what is our ratio of industrial, commercial, residential in the city and in the county comprehensive plan, or excuse me, in the comprehensive plan in our impact area. So that might be something that we address during these updates on a regular basis. So I'm happy to take any questions, but pretty straightforward.
One of the things that I'd like in the future, I'd like the comparison year to year. So it's hard to know, what did everything you just showed us, what did it look like the year before, right? So if we could look at those total numbers and compare that to the year before and the year before, to where we're watching the trend, because the numbers alone don't really show us what our trend is.
Yeah.
So if you could do a graph with the trends, and let's see where we're going.
So Mayor, we plan to do that for the annual total when we get all that together, but are you asking for each quarter to be compared to last year's quarter at the same time?
If you can, because you should have it.
Sure,
Yeah,
yeah,
that'd be
we would.
great. It'd be nice just to look at it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank
Will
you.
do.
So, and then we look forward to the annual report.
Sounds good.
Good. Council, do you have any questions?
I do, Mayor.
Yes.
Rodney, one of the things I'd like to see, and I know Compass does it as well, is when we have an industrial or light industrial or business zoning areas, that we forecast the amount of homes that are going to be built in that area. Do you think that might prepare us a little better than what we are? Or I know they stick to the 30-40 master plan, but I'm just wondering if we could get ahead of the game before. Because it seems like we're always reactive to builders, and we ought to be on top of that. That's what I'm thinking. That would be difficult to do.
Mayor and council, maybe just a little clarification there. Are you saying like identify certain areas and get more detail about projected residential growth in that area?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay. We certainly could try. I think what Compass does is a TAZ, traffic analysis zone, and we could look at that and show you what Compass has done. We work with Compass on those numbers to generate those numbers. So we certainly could show that in the future.
Well, you know, what happens is like we have a Costco. Costco builds and everybody else comes over because they're close to it. Businesses bring subdivisions, bring homes. And that's what I'm referring to. If we could kind of forecast, the amount of businesses that are going to be like South Nampa, they are starting to grow there now. But the density and the density is going to be higher because of that. And that's what I'm just saying. Can we forecast the growth in that area because of businesses?
I'll see what we can do. I think it's a little complex just because sometimes business follows rooftops.
Yeah, that's
right?
true. Yeah.
And so I think that a lot of commercial developers will tell you in order to locate there, they need a certain number of units.
Oh, I see.
You know.
Kind of backwards then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes you're right. I mean, a big development like Costco or IKEA even would generate some residential interest. But I think for the most part, it's the other way around.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just an idea.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman
You're welcome.
Rodriguez, and thank you, Rodney. Appreciate your work. Okay, so we're going to go to unfinished business, item 8.1. This is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to single-family residential RS6 and a potential development agreement for the subdivision preliminary plat and a subdivision preliminary plat for Walton Woods subdivision at 2803 East Victory Road. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 2803 Victory Road, Nampa, Idaho, county parcel R246720000, comprising approximately 4.837 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS6, single-family residential, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as RS6, single-family residential, on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
No.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
So at this time, I just want to say, we've had a discussion at a council workshop about moving our public hearings up. And I think we did make that decision, and that will be coming forward, but it will not be enacted until January. Tonight is a really classic example of when that would be wonderful. That said, public hearings are noticed at 6:30. And so we are not allowed to move our public hearings forward, and that's the biggest portion of our meeting tonight. And so we cannot start our public hearings until 6:30. So we do have an executive session that is typically at the end of the meeting. So at this time, I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061F. And this is to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss legal ramifications or options considering pending litigation or controversies.
So moved.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer. Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We will be coming back into this room as soon as the executive session completes. That said, we will not be able to start public hearings until 6:30. So for those of you waiting, my sincerest apologies, but it'll be 6:30, and we will start promptly on time. So thank you.
Okay. It'd be easy. I don't think so. We should be done right away. One's a variance. That should be easy. Yeah. We can get, on that side to remain silent. There's plenty of them here. Oh. I like those too, though. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's a place called Taft. T-A-F-T.
These are,
I wore 4 different pairs of shoes, and I've seen them all back.
yeah, you have to be careful with that. That's right.
These are good.
Yeah. No.
You'd like it if they did. They're all made in Spain.
These are made here somewhere. But they're so comfortable because they're tennis shoes. No, mine are Gatsby's. They're from somewhere in
Those are what?
Gatsby.
I thought you said gases.
No,
Smell.
no, it's okay. You don't want to do that. Nope. Yeah. I don't know why.
So as we get ready to move into public hearings, we were having a discussion about what we do about the order. There is a little hesitancy to change the order because it's been agendized in a certain order. However, at this time, I think that we will keep it in the order of 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. We have no one signed up to testify on 7-4, 7-5, so we will do those. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 6, 4, 5. So, but the good, well, I was going to say the good news from a time standpoint, but it isn't good news necessarily. Public hearing 7-1 has been withdrawn, so there will be no public hearing. And council, there is no vote required on that one because the item has been withdrawn. So we immediately move into item 7-2 on the agenda. And that's the one I will be stepping down. So if you can just stay in your seat, and I will give you this sheet. This is a reconsideration, and I'll just read. 7-2 is an action item. This is a reconsideration on an annexation and zoning to two-family duplex residential development agreement subdivision preliminary plat for Parker Estates subdivision at 525 East Greenhurst Drive. And this is for Darren Taylor, representing Left Center Right LLC. Because I happen to live close by here, I've recused myself. I will be stepping down, and Randy, you can just do it from your seat if you want to, and I'll step away, and then I'll be back at the conclusion.
Okay, this is an action item, as the mayor has mentioned, for reconsideration of an annexation and zoning to RD. Can everybody hear me okay? My mic's on. Got old people up here. Can you hear me now? I'm talking about Dale. Okay, so this is a reconsideration request, annexation and zoning to RD. We've had this come before us 2 or 3 times now. So we're going to start out with the applicant speaking. If you're here, is the applicant here? Come forward. And this is a public hearing, so we'll have the applicant speak, and then the staff report, and then public testimony. So go ahead and give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Darren Taylor, 1434 New York Street, Middleton, Idaho. Good evening. Nice to see you all. Thanks for having us back. This is really a simple request. We have been before you 3 times, I think before, received approval with conditions. One of the conditions, the wording of it, we were uncomfortable with. It was a condition that restricted rent of units, lots or buildings, to 25% of the total of the property. On the property, you'll remember we had 18 duplex townhouse units and 7 single-family dwellings. So it'd be 25% of that would be the maximum number in the subdivision that could be rented. And we are requesting that City Council reconsider that condition of approval. We've been through the staff report and the recommended conditions of approval again, and all of those look the same as before, and we are very comfortable with those and moving forward, complying with the city's ordinances and conditions of approval. Happy to answer any questions you have about this subject, and thank you for having us again tonight.
Okay, for clarification purposes, that's the only item you're asking for reconsideration on?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions for the, okay, Councilman Bruner?
Mayor, so you're looking for no restrictions whatsoever as far as the number of rentals. If you want to rent 100%, that's what, you want that okay, that's what you're asking?
Yes is the short answer. A little bit longer is we'd just like the same treatment every other developer in town gets. I don't know if you saw my letter, but we have been through the last 3 years of decisions approving subdivisions. We've been through the county or the city code and comp plan, talked with the police department about concerns it might have or studies about lack of code compliance, with rental units, and we just find a lack of information in the general record of the city to base that kind of a condition on. That's a little longer answer. Thank you for letting me give both.
And again, just for clarifications, and staff will come forward and give us their report, but all of these are potentially individually owned. They're townhouses, correct?
Correct.
So even though they have a zero lot line, they are separated by a property line. And then the rest of the units are single-family dwelling units.
Correct. 7 single-family, the rest are townhouse units.
There was a requirement in the last time you were before us, either in a development agreement that you're honoring as far as on the back property lines or the west property lines setbacks. That hasn't changed. You're not asking for any changes to that, those requirements.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. We'll allow you to come back up after the staff gives us their report, and then we have public comment as well.
Thank you.
So Parker, are you the one? Okay.
Thank you, council members. I can give you the shortened version of this, as you've already approved it before. And if you have any questions about the subdivision as it relates to code, we can go back and look at that. The history, again, first came to this body in July. It was continued, came back in August 1st, was continued again, and then in August 15th, it was approved. The following conditions that were added by this body: development shall provide 2 to 3 different front elevations that are mixed throughout the development. Tree types shall be per code requirement. Stormwater shall be maintained on site. 6-foot site obscuring fence shall be installed around the development, except where adjacent to the lateral. The development shall have a common maintenance agreement similar to River Oaks, except for the exteriors, as it would be responsibility of the individual owners. And then the condition in question about the rental restriction. And then the last one is residential lots shall maintain a 10-foot rear setback, except for where covered patios would be. Those conditions can be added by you again. The staff recommended conditions didn't contain those, but if you're going to make a motion with those conditions, we can certainly add them in there. The findings, they're in the staff report. The zoning all works with the code. It's supported by the comprehensive plan. The subdivision meets all the requirements as well of the subdivision code. There's a site plan there. Conditions of approval, again, you'll need to add the ones that you were previously requesting, as minus the rental restrictions, as we've been through that before. A potential motion is there for you. I'll stand for any questions.
Parker, why would we deviate from what was already approved by this council? We've gone through that. The only thing that was being asked for tonight is the rental condition. So
Correct.
everything else should stand in play. Otherwise, we're going back to a whole process of making determination, and I'm not at all comfortable in that. So I think the idea of deviating from just what the request is, from my standpoint, wouldn't be what I would prefer.
Councilman, when we go through a reconsideration, the application starts over de novo, so we consider all of the application, not just the conditions. But if the application previously is approved by this body, then we're assuming we're all comfortable with those conditions as they previously were. We can add those same conditions back in.
All right, well, we'll cover that when we get to a motion. Any other questions for Parker? Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Parker, I have here the reconsideration. It says annexation and zoning. We've already approved that, correct?
Councilman, the motion was for approval of annexation and zoning, but that was reconsidered with the entire application. So both the annexation and zoning and subdivision are being heard tonight.
It sounds to me like it probably could have been a modification of agreement, making it easier. Would that have been easier for this body to go by, or do we have to update it again, like the whole process, like President Haverfield was saying? Todd?
I was going to have Todd speak after you were done, so good segue.
And Council President Haverfield and Councilmember Rodriguez, the code does describe this as a de novo hearing. So there is opportunity for consideration of the application in its entirety, and you'll have public comment and things, but you have, as was noted, heard this before, and you're familiar with the information in the file and in the application. And I just say wait, hear the public testimony, and then make your decision based on your interpretation of the record and how you feel about its compliance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Parker.
Any other questions for Parker? All right, thank you, Parker. And Todd's already spoke to us, or do you, anything else you need to share?
One more, I forgot to mention the other item. And it would be my recommendation and advice to the council that you not include a restriction on the rental units in the property.
Is that pretty clear? All right. Thank you. So this is a public hearing, and do we have any signed up for the public testimony?
Mr. Chair, we do. We have Margot Lutens who would like to speak in opposition.
Okay. Are you here? You can come forward. For the again, for the record, if you could repeat your name and address. And you will have 3 minutes to share with us your thoughts.
Geez, only 3 minutes?
Yeah, it goes fast.
My husband would really feel great if I was limited to 3 minutes.
You might pull the microphone a little bit closer to you. There
I'm
you
Margot Lutens. I'm Margot Lutens, and I live in the River Oaks community, right next door to where this property is abutting to the east. And I'm just trying to represent the community of River Oaks. I have some questions, and I think when I read this, I don't feel like I've been very well informed of what this application is. I feel like I've come here, my ignorance, I guess, and how I would have found that information. I was looking in the direction of how many rentals would be involved in this. I had question about that, and I had question about governing body. You know, as a homeowners in our community, we have a homeowners association, and that controls many with the regulations and whatnot, controls what goes on in our community. So there's some sense of commonness, common property and whatnot. When I think of similar painting, pet control, picking up after your pet, there are rules that we all go by to keep our community beautiful. And what I'm wondering about this is this even been taken into consideration as to what colors are we going to have of the property? Is someone going to take care of their children? Is there going to be trash pickup? Is there going to be lawn? Someone going to take care of the lawns? Is this something that each individual is going to do? So, is there going to be a situation where we have derelict cars or unusable vehicles sitting on people's driveways and stuff? Because that's not allowed where we live. And I have some major concerns about that. And I don't know enough about property to know whether is this going to be controlled under a rental agreement, and or does this say, okay, we rent the property and you can do anything you want in there? So I would like to have an explanation of that before I could personally and maybe with our community support this.
Okay.
And I think that's pretty well said.
Thank you. Thank you so much
I'd like
for
to know more information.
all good concerns, and we'll let the applicant speak to it. As far as if there's covenants for the subdivision, the CCNRs, There was discussion about that a meeting or two ago, so we'll let him speak to that. But, and then along with that is just, we do have code enforcement if there are issues that come out. But, so anyway, no, those are great comments, and I appreciate your coming forward tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anyone else?
Mr. Chair, we do not.
Okay. So, yes, the mayor would like to speak. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. If you would give your name for the record. No.
I will give my name and address. I'm Debbie Kling, and I reside at 2327 River Oaks Drive. And so just a couple of things, and I really appreciate the process in your comments, legal, regarding where action needs to reside. The only question that I have is that in the discussions that took place, in the hearings that we've gone through, what a lot of discussion has been around having an HOA that aligns. And in this wording, all this says is that the development shall have a common maintenance agreement. That is very different than the establishing an HOA with the guidelines that were very similar to what River Oaks has. And so when Margot was mentioning picking up after your dog, the restrictions, no parking on the street, those are actually governed by the HOA guidelines. And what I don't see that we captured in this language, but I thought that we talked about it and would have to go back to the minutes, is that we were to align with the HOA in the neighboring property. It was not limited to just a common maintenance agreement, so I'm not sure if we got that right. And I think that was the intent, that we did align, and that's exactly what I was thinking, because we had talked about it. And then, of course, we understand the rental side. So I think it's really, this is a pretty easy one to have done. You know, and what everyone's concerned about is maintaining their home, the values of the homes in these adjoining properties, which speaks to having the HOA in place and aligning on the HOA, not just a common maintenance agreement. So that would be my only comment.
Mr.
And
President.
there may be
Thank you.
someone else that wants to speak.
You have a mayor? Or
Yeah, I
you have a question for the mayor?
For the mayor.
You do have a
For
question.
the mayor.
Okay. Councilman Bruner.
And so legal, Madam Mayor, legal has suggested that we do not have any restrictions on the rental. The one reason we did, is my recall, is that we did have the percentage of rentals put in there because River Oaks only allows a certain number of rentals. So that was, we were kind of trying to align with River Oaks.
Correct.
So what I'm hearing from you now is there's not a problem as far as, at least you personally, you probably can't speak for all the River Oaks people, but you have no problem currently of having 100% rentals if that's what it ends up being.
It's if there is an HOA agreement that maintains the values of the property. That really is the intent. It isn't whether someone's renting or homeowning. The real intent is that the valuation of the property stays up. And that really, how you do that is through having HOA guidelines and not waiting for code enforcement to come and say you can't do that with your car, right? The HOA had some pretty guidelines in there.
Mr. President, one other question then. So as you as a resident of River Oaks then, do you want to, since code enforcement, it is difficult for them they're overextended, number one. So are you in favor or want to have some type of a development agreement where there's a property manager, especially if these end up being rentals, that there's a property manager on site that has control of that?
That's hard to say. If it needs a property manager, the key is there needs to be guidelines, right, that people have to adhere to if they're going to live there, right? And so whether they're rentals, I think from a River Oaks perspective, they would probably prefer they were home-owned. So I can't represent the group on that, but I do know that the HOA is really important because we do have guidelines. You cannot leave your car sitting in the extra parking spot for several days. You can't have, there are just certain things that you can't do, and that's why 20-plus years later, it's still a nice area.
Okay. And this is for legal, then I'm sorry to take the time here, but then on an HOA, I'm used to having mainly property owners, and they elect HOA officers that keep within. So if this ends up being 100% rental, can a person that does not own a property but just rents the property, can they actually be officers, part of the HOA?
Council President Haverfield and Councilmember Bruner, Typically, your property owners are the ones that are on the HOA board. They're defined as a lot owner. I can certainly let the applicant's representative describe that. But I think it would be appropriate. The condition as worded isn't completely descriptive of a set of CC&Rs, and I think that seemed to be the intent. But again, I'll let the applicant's representative talk about that. I believe it was their intent to have CC&Rs, and a condition could be appropriately worded that they're substantially similar to those in the adjacent subdivision regarding property maintenance and design.
And my concern, and I think it's less probably to happen with the high interest rates now, but what has happened in the past in a couple of years is that we've had out-of-state people buy properties, live out of state, and then rent those properties. So that's I guess what I'm somewhat concerned about. If we allow 100% rentals, that as far as, yeah, you can have all kinds of rules, but if you have no enforcement or no accountability, it really doesn't mean a whole lot. That's a statement. That's
Sure, Councilmember Bruner and President Haberfield. I guess my comment was, that can apply to city development subdivisions all over the city. And my advice to you and suggestion is that you don't have a rental restriction, and that not be part of your consideration in this application. If you're talking about what I'll say Mrs. Kling was talking about tonight, that's about something that helps maintain the character in the form of CC&Rs and not couching it in terms of whether they're rented or not.
Should I sit down?
President Haberfield wanted me to just expound a little bit. I recommend you don't have a restriction or a consideration for rentals because I have some legal concerns with that and the constitutionality of it. You have an applicant that's proposing townhomes and single family. And I think, again, if your concern is quality, consistency, you can handle that without utilizing or considering rental restrictions.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Mrs. Kling sat down, so I understand, there's no other questions for her, correct? Okay. Is there anyone else here this evening that would like to speak? Come forward then and give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with us.
My name is Steve Shull. I live at 617 Greenhurst, and I got 640 feet of property here where these apartments back up to. And I want to know now, with all the rest of this stuff's been going on, what's going to be the setback off of my property? 10 feet?
If you could direct your questions to the here, and we'll get you your answers, whether or not they're right now, but we'll get you your answers. But please direct your questions to us.
I can't tell him it's wrong or right?
You can do that after the hearing tonight, certainly. But direct your questions towards us if you wouldn't mind. And your property, is it east of this development?
Yes.
Okay. And can you, for the record, what's your last name again?
Shawl, S-H-A-W-L.
Thank you.
And outside of the traffic, and I know that property is owned for such and such, but hate to see all those happy faces every morning when I go out and feed my horses. He says that's the best he can do, and I guess you guys are going to allow that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I appreciate your coming this evening. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak that didn't get their name on the record? Come forward. Give us your name and address again.
Hi, my name's Don Glaze. I live at 2360 River Oaks and Nampa 83686. And I would just like to reiterate again what's already been said by Debbie Kling and Margot Lutens. And in a nutshell, we've heard it from other people and we know it ourselves. If you drive in to River Oaks, there's just this secure feeling. It's safe, it's quiet, it's secure. And the reason for that is that we have the rules and guidelines. And we just want the community to stay that way. And we just want the assurance that if we have neighbors that are going to be 40 feet from my house, that they are going to be quiet neighbors, that we're going to have this safe, secure community just like we have. And I think it's been said that unless we have HOA guidelines that are enforced, I don't know if we can be assured of that. I think we've all been down roads before, and you can almost point out the ones that are rentals. Boy, that's a nice, beautiful lawn there. What about this one over here? House needs painted, the grass is not growing right. And we just want to be assured that this community is going to be safe, quiet, and just like we are, and that it's going to be maintained. And if we have barking dogs or fireworks going off, is that something that HOA or somebody's going to have to take care of? So in a nutshell, I'm just reiterating.
Thank you, Mr. Glaze.
Yeah.
Anyone else here this evening that would like to speak? Now's your chance. Come forward. Thank you. Give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Sue Saint. I live at 2316 River Oaks Drive. I'm also in the River Oaks community as well. And my thing would be directed with Darren, as I'm talking to you, is that will we have assurances in all this paperwork that there will be an HOA put in place, that these homes will be managed not as individuals, but as a group like ours are? Because again, like Don said, you have one house, and I moved out of a community because of that. One house was good, another one good, not so good. And I know people have hard times and things don't get cleaned up the way maybe we would like to see them. But and if this community is going in, what are the guidelines that are going to be in place in all of this paperwork, not just a generic wording, but a guideline that's going to say, yes, they will be managed by an outside source that will make sure the yards are kept clean, that the rules are enforced, and it's not done individually, but it'll be managed as a whole. So I'd like to hear from Darren that, yes, that wording is going to be in this paperwork that comes before all you guys.
Thank you.
So, thanks.
Appreciate you coming this evening. Okay, anyone else want to speak? It's your opportunity. Okay, if not, if the applicant could come back forward and address some of these questions. And just for the councils, just for the record, in our packet from August 15th, it does list out the items that were to be a part of the development agreement and what was approved along with the preliminary plat and recommended conditions by staff. So that information is in there. The one item that is being considered is in red up there as far as the rental units. The balance of it, I think, is in question is the development shall have a common maintenance agreement. That should state something more in line with homeowners association. So, Mr. Taylor, if you can speak to that, that's been a point of concern tonight. If you can share your thoughts, that would be appreciated.
You bet. Thank you. Darren Taylor, once again, 1434 New York Street, Middleton, Idaho, speaking on behalf of the applicant. And I just wanted to let all the neighbors know we've heard you and we're grateful for you. And we accept donations for the maintenance of our subdivision from non-owners as well. So if you feel like you'd like to contribute, happy to have you do that. In the city engineer's letter dated May 25, 2022, revised November 4, one of the conditions of approval is to submit CC&Rs. And so when I submitted my letter just the other day with some of the provisions that deal with maintenance and exterior maintenance and common area maintenance, That was not intended to be an entire set of conditions, covenants, and restrictions. The full set of those, we haven't even talked about. I just leaned over to Tracy and I said, we ought to work on that so people can start seeing it. And we'll work with the neighbors and the neighboring HOA. So the answer is yes, there will be a homeowners association that will manage the organization that will enforce the CCNRs. The CCNR provisions we anticipate align with River Oaks subdivision CCNRs, with the exception of the rental restriction provision dated August 2016, I think, 18, 16, and many, many more. And finally, I think Sue brought it up, the exterior and common areas. So front lawns throughout the subdivision and common areas will be centrally maintained. So one company maintains all those. Each unit owner is responsible for maintaining their backyard. We do not have, and I want to make sure we're clear, we do not have an exterior management company. So there's not one group that's going to manage the exterior of the buildings. However, and I'll make sure that they get a copy of my letter and we'll work with them on draft CCNRs. We have provisions that require the maintenance of exteriors. Everything from color to roofs to leaks to drainage. So all those things will be will be managed, enforced by our homeowners association. Ms. Luton's brought up several great points. The governing body will be an HOA. It'll control exterior paint, pet control and cleanup, colors, taking care of children. I don't know that I've seen anything like that in CCNRs. I'd like to just visit with her more and we'll work through some provision that seems to be workable for both of us and that can be enforced. Derelict cars or non-operable is the way they're referred to. We call those a nuisance, and nuisances in the subdivision that we're proposing are prohibited. And yes, it'll be controlled under a rental agreement. I think it was a great point she brought up. And if you've had a chance to look at my letter, you'll see that we've got a provision in there that says if a landowner rents their property, then they must, in their rental, have a written rental agreement, and in that rental agreement, require that the occupants abide by the CCNRs. And if they don't, then the landowner or the HOA or a group of neighboring landowners can enforce that provision against the rental occupant. So we've done everything we can to try and strengthen the HOA's enforcement authority to allow the HOA to maintain the properties and the occupant's conduct according to CCNRs that align with, and in some cases exceed in detail, the nuisance provisions. If you've seen those, I've got a pretty lengthy list. Those of River Oaks subdivision. Mr. Glaze brought up the secure feeling, safe and quiet. We share that desire and want that for our property as well. He said when you drive down the road, you can almost point out a rental. It's actually opposite in my neighborhood. There are 134 homes, and there are 2 that are owned by people who just don't seem to take as good a care of their property. So it's really hard to say whether it's a renter or not, but I certainly understand what he's saying. And I want to give Sue assurance that the HOA is going to maintain the standards in the subdivision. Let's see, Mayor brought up an HOA that aligns with, yes, and we'll work on a draft and share it with the HOA. Just 2 more comments. No parking on the street. I don't know if you remember. Christy, can you put up, Christy or Kristen? Christy, thanks. Can you put up just our plat? Just that front? Okay, Parker, thanks. The one road in, that's a fire lane. So there's parking on that road anywhere, including the T at the end, is prohibited. So there is no parking on the We do want to maintain property values. And I hear Councilmember Bruner, you ask if it's 100% rentals. It won't be, but I hear you with the logical extreme would be, if it is, then that's an absolute worst case scenario. But it won't be. These are going to be price pointed and individually owned. Can't leave, cars parked in visitors parking. I hadn't thought of that one, so we'll add that to our CC&Rs. Thank you, Council, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have, or if I missed something, please remind me.
Mr. President, when you go ahead and if you have a question.
Well, I was just going to ask a quick question. As far as in the approvals from August the 15th, we did ask for 2 to 3 different front elevation types so that there would not be a repetition of look. Do you have an architectural review committee as a part of your CC&R requirement? And if so, who are those individuals?
Thank you. We are working on the 4 concepts. Yes, there's always an architectural control committee, and they require plans and plan sets for their review. Because the applicant is actually a builder and is going to do the building of all the single-family dwellings, he is likely to be the primary on the architectural review committee. And then there will be 2 others. My guess is one will be somebody that works on the townhouse units. And then a third, as soon as we can get to it. And I haven't talked to him yet, but he usually likes to involve the community as soon as properties start selling. So that would be just a gradual input. You bring in a homeowner that lives out there. So you can have somebody that lives there vested in how things look and how they're enforced.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Bruner.
And just want to go into the weeds a little bit, Mayor. So who do you see composing the HOA body? We keep talking about HOA but who do we foresee being part of that body?
Thank you. Initially, the HOA has to have at least 3 as a governing board, and it will be the 3 owners of Left Right Center subdivision, or LLC. So it'll be the applicant.
The applicant, you're going to be the HOA body.
Tracy and his 2 partners.
And at a later time, that can be passed on? Or?
Yep. As soon as the properties are built out, and as soon as the developer has complied with all the conditions of approval, and the CC&Rs are operable, the properties are developed according to the standards, and we know that we've crossed every T and dotted every I with the city, then we can do a transfer meeting and turn that over to owners.
Do you foresee at all, as applicants, do you see an outside property management team also coming aboard? I mean, a lot of your subdivisions have outside property. They send all the communications and whatever the case is, and even though there are officers and so on, they run the HOA meetings in most cases.
Right, and I think Tracy's got more experience with that or more ideas about that, let me say it this way, that I have not talked with him about.
Tracy's right here, though,
He
right?
is. There are a lot of reasons to have those, and sometimes there are not. And I don't know what his plan is for this one, so.
Okay, Mr. President, can we speak to Tracy on that issue? Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Again, if you can give us your name and address for the record.
Tracy Skidmore, 5190 Twilight Mist Way, Meridian, Idaho, 83642, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Real quick, I got to address your question. So typically how it works, and this is how almost all HOAs, and in fact, I'm on a board, 2 different HOA boards, unfortunately, but actually 3. The more you develop, the more you get. So the development starts, you start an HOA. There's an HOA board, they have to. And then as you sell out a certain number of units, you know, and the developer will put that in there. They sell out a certain number of units. They turn that over to as a developer, I do not want any part of a HOA board. I want to turn it over to the people that actually live in that subdivision. And then typically what they do is they'll hire an HOA company, property management company, to help run that HOA. Because there are certain rules. I mean, Darren's enlightened me a lot into the requirements of an HOA, which is really a pain in the rear end for a private citizen. So a company will charge them a fee to do that. And then they do enforcement. I live in a HOA, in a community that has extremely stringent HOAs. And the reality is whether my next door neighbors are rental, but the homeowner is responsible for that property. So the renter can do whatever they want, but the person who owns that's getting the fine or getting the, so there's responsibility based on ownership. So that it really isn't a haphazard, deal. And you can have weak HOAs or stronger HOAs. Our HOA, our CC&Rs are written, just what Darren submitted, upon my suggestion to you guys, is more stringent than most HOAs most CC&Rs and HOAs I've seen. So our goal is to maintain a nice subdivision, to maintain values. I mean, look, we're not building $1 million houses. We're building houses for people who can afford. That's our goal. So we can't be too crazy, but we also want to make sure it's a good, clean, safe subdivision. So.
And Mr. President, I mean, I realize it's changing daily, but what do you see as the price point on most of these?
For probably $425 to $350, maybe lower, depending on how the costs go down.
Probably it's in the packet from previous times. The average square footage on the townhomes.
Townhomes, I believe, is 1,300, and the single-family residents are 15.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions for me? Otherwise, I heard him say management company after it's been turned over to the landowners, possibly.
Again, all these homes have two-car garages?
Yes.
Two-car garage with still parking on driveway slabs as well?
Correct. Plus the visitor parking. I can't remember where we ended up on that.
There were several.
9 or something.
Any other questions for Mr. Taylor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So we have gone through our staff report, public testimony, the applicant's rebuttal. So I would accept a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Council discussion.
President,
Yes.
I'm fine eliminating the rental issue on here. I've never loved it. I think it's an overreach of government in a whole. I don't think it's our position to tell somebody what they can and can't do with their property, who they can and can't sell, or what they do with it. I do think it's our responsibility to make sure that they uphold the integrity of the community. And it sounds like that they are really accommodating to the neighboring community, that they really do want to make sure that there's good feng shui there and that it really does align. And I respect that, and I think that they're going to uphold to that. And I'm totally fine just getting rid of that piece entirely.
You ready to make a motion?
Is there any other comment? Again, a thing to keep in mind was there is the language of the common maintenance agreement tied to the HOA or the CC&Rs. So it's on public record. Mr. Taylor, you're aware of the requirement to develop that. So just want to make sure that's stated and that all of the other conditions that were previously requested are retained in the motion. So if there is a motion to be made.
Might clarify as well, Mr. President. So you would be changing the wording common area maintenance to HOA and CC&Rs?
Or it can just be expanded that the common maintenance agreement to be a part of the HOA developed or the condition or the covenants that are supposed to be similar to the River Oaks subdivision. I'm not sure how that would be worded.
I don't know, as I read that, common maintenance agreement seems to be more, it could be interpreted to relate to the common areas and other things, but I think the way it was described as to their intentions and the River Oaks, if you simply reference the HOA and CC&Rs that are similar to River Oaks, that would cover that.
Okay. So I guess that would be a further enhancement of the conditions of approval to make sure that that is stated, although it's been put on public record this evening and you've got neighbors that are going to be watching what you're doing.
So, Mr. President, even though go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
I was just going to go ahead and make the motion. Yeah, I think you all know from all these different hearings that I still have concerns. I have faith in Mayor Darren and as far as these developers, but I do have concerns for the River Oak folks if I was in their position. But I am going to go ahead and also the gentleman that's concerned about his horses, looking at all these people. But hopefully there again, things can be worked out. Sounds like you're willing to work with them and in an ongoing basis. So I will make the motion that we approve this as stated, and also with the conditions of approval as stated previously, plus as stated by our fine legal counsel as far as on this HOA and CCC and ours, if I could pronounce that properly. So is there something more, Todd, that we need to do?
That would be less the rental restriction covenant or condition, correct?
Correct. If I need to state that word for word with all those numbers, I will, but otherwise, if we're fine, okay.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Rodriguez.
No.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, you can move forward finally. Thank you. Appreciate everyone that spoke this evening.
You can still come to our council meetings.
You're always invited.
Don't want you to get out of the habit.
I logged on, because I didn't know if you were going to start before that. It works well, thank you.
Okay, so I think we're ready to move on to item 7.3 on the agenda. This is an action item, and this is an appeal by Jeannie Wilkerson asking to appeal the Planning and Zoning Commission approval of a conditional use permit for a home occupation of an automobile and truck repair business in a suburban residential zoning district at 2512 South Power Line Road. And this is originally it was for Andrew Rogers representing Anna Maria and Richard Thomas Rogers Living Trust. So we're going to begin this evening with our appellant, Jeannie Wilkerson. We'll get to speak, and she's the one that has asked for the appeal of the motion by Planning and Zoning. Is Jeannie here this evening? Jeannie, there you are. Hi. So Jeannie, feel free to restate your name and then your address, even though we probably have it. And thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me come.
And thank you for pulling that microphone down. Good job. Let's see, how's that?
Thank you. Yes, I am objecting to the ACR Auto Works Automobile and Truck Repair. Oh, I need to put my address.
Yes, thank you.
I live at 2520 South Power Line Road, Nampa, Idaho, 83686.
Thank you.
You're welcome. They have not complied with the CC&Rs. It is a residential, single-family residential area subdivision, and they want to put in an automobile and truck repair shop, and I'm totally against that. There have been more than myself opposing this. Barbara Thiel and Carol Bertlow and myself have objected to this. I think they sent in and also, it's not a suburban area. It's a single-family residential. And we can't have an automobile business in there. Can I say all the things that they're doing? Can I say that? Okay. They test their vehicles out in front of their house. They have burnouts. They do this after hours, after the city has closed. They do it in the evenings. They also do it on weekends. They have numerous tow trucks in and out, and they dump their stuff in this closed-in backyard. I send in a picture, a photo. There it is, right there. And they have admitted to me they lived in that fifth wheel out there for 5 years. They have a plastic container there that they put their, they say, their hazardous waste into. And I smell odors. They dump hazardous stuff like oil, gas. I'm so nervous. And Freon, all over the street out there, I took pictures of it. We can't have this in our neighborhood, and the noise is horrible. As my husband was passing, he said to me, Jeannie, you need to turn them in. I have turned them in numerous times. I wrote a letter about all of that. I think you have the letter, dated November 14th, of all the things, and I've turned them, you know, they've had 5 years to try to clean that up, and they haven't done it yet. And I know that the non-running cars that they have are a nuisance. That's just what I heard. We can't have that. They've had it up to 17 cars at one time. I know that they are having the tow truck drivers bring in all of these cars, and they're disassembling them. The banging and the clanging at night is phenomenal. This is a quiet subdivision. It's residential, single family. And they want their son to come onto their place. I also talked to them. They were on my doorstep, wanted me to stop the appeal the day before the appeal. And I talked to the neighbors. They said, no, don't do that. We don't need that business there. They also told me that they're not going to asphalt like they told the zoning that they were going to do, that they were only going to put down gravel. And so far, they still haven't done that. It's been 5 years, and it's still dirt, muddy, terrible. I am so nervous. I named only 4 of the tow trucks that have come in and out, but there were numerous that I hadn't been able to keep track of. Drag racing in front of the school, loud music, backed over my mailbox twice in 5 years, knocked it over. And I don't have a husband to take care of this for me. They had a car lot with 17 cars at one time. The tow trucks bring these cars in, they dump them off, and then they back out onto the road. And that's why they knocked over my mailbox. And polluting the ground. We're all on wells out there. We're not on running water, city water or sewer. So I was wondering, when they were living in that fifth wheel, did they have a permit to live there for the septic tank, for the power? No, they didn't. But, you know, my question to you all is, would you like this in your backyard or in your subdivision? This is not good. I reject this. I don't want this in my yard. That's all I have to say. I have more, but I'm so nervous.
Jeannie, thank you for taking the time to
You're
come.
welcome,
We appreciate
Debbie.
it. So,
Thank you all.
thank you. So just so we all understand the process this evening, and I'll get this fixed. We begin with the appellant, and then we're going to have a staff report, and then we're going to have the original, it's the appealee that responded, Andrew Rogers' family. I know this is different. I don't usually have to use these terms on this particular type of a hearing. Then you will come forward and have the opportunity to share. Then we open it up to a public hearing, and then both parties have the opportunity to give closing comments. So you will have the opportunity to listen, provide closing comments at the conclusion. So at this time, we'll go to our staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. Sorry, I'll go back to the first screen here. I don't know what that is. There we go. So the action before you is a decision. Typically, you don't see conditional use permits, and so I'm going to highlight the code related to conditional use permits and approvals. I'll go as fast as I can, but this is new. This isn't something you typically do, so I'll try to highlight that. There is the property there. I'm sorry, let me go back and just highlight where it's at. Just across from Skyview High School on Powerline Road, South Powerline Road, and south of East Greenhurst Road. On September 27th, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the conditional use permit for a home occupation business. And these are the findings. Those are all in your staff report. But they found that this was on the very edge of a residential subdivision facing a busy road and a high school. And so they didn't feel like that the same conditions should necessarily apply as if it were internal in a residential subdivision. The applicant also stated they would comply with each of the home occupation business requirements that I'll highlight in just a second. The conditions that the Planning and Zoning Commission placed on the approval are on the screen there and in your packet. And it would be only to the property owner for the duration of the use and not transferable to anyone else or another location. Okay, the appeal. I think Jeannie kind of highlighted all of these, but I just listed them in summary. Those are in your packet as well. And I think she mentioned most of these already. This is the photo she submitted. She also submitted several other photos of the property. And these are those and in your packet. I'll continue one more. Okay. So the comprehensive plan is low-density residential in this area. The property is currently in city limits and is zoned RA, or suburban residential. That's one of our biggest residential lots. And surrounding land use, I've already highlighted that, but primarily residential, and then the high school. This property is in the Dale Thompson Estate subdivision, which was platted in 1971, and they have utilities available, or at least nearby. Sorry, there's the zoning there. I forgot to slide through these. And there's the utilities. A little bit closer view of the property there. So that far left corner is, bottom left-hand corner on the property is kind of a parking lot type area. Yeah, thank you, Christy. And I'll be showing some pictures of that in just a second. Again, that area right to the bottom of the screen, right there, yep. The rest of that to the rear is fenced in. So this is looking on South Power Line going south. The Skyview High School is to the right there. This is looking northeast on Power Line Road. So that's that area that I was describing, that kind of parking lot area. And then this is on Florence Avenue inside the subdivision, essentially looking over the fence there. Again, these are dated, and so the applicant indicated that those some of those things are definitely moved, and you could see that from the pictures that were already submitted by the appellant. So, applicable regulations. These are the home occupation is trying to get at a residential area that allows for small businesses that essentially you don't really notice are businesses. So that's kind of the wording in our code for those types of businesses.
Rodney, could I ask you a question
yes.
real quickly? I just heard you say this is kind of the wording. I need the clarity.
So
that because small vehicle repair appears to be included in home occupations, and for me, actually, before I read that, I was really confused because when you read the public interest, a home occupation code was added to city code to allow smaller businesses to operate at a smaller capacity that may not survive outside the home.
That's correct.
These home occupations operate with limitations that prevent residential areas from being commercialized. And if a business can operate from the home while preserving the residential nature of the neighborhood, it could be in the interest of the public. But vehicle repair does not seem to fall within a home business. So can you, I need the clarity
Mayor,
of the actual wording.
Yeah, so you can see the actual wording there. Repair garages, including truck, auto, motorcycle, boat, etc., require a conditional use permit. If you're a typical home occupation business, you don't have to get a conditional use permit. You just come in, it's essentially, it feels like a residence. But there is this provision in our code stating that if you're any of these things, you have to get a conditional use permit, which means you go before a public hearing, your neighbors get notified, you see if it's making a significant impact on the community.
Which is what happened and why the appeal.
Why the appeal? Exactly.
Yes.
I was kind of following the same line of logic, and I was just looking at, is it okay if I look at the ordinance? Okay. And looking at the ordinance, I don't see that, is this automobile and truck repair? That it's not an allowed use, even by conditional use, in an RA zone.
So
Has that changed?
Mayor and City Council, I assume you're looking at Chapter 3 of our code, the land use table. A home occupation is outside of that because it's typically done in a residence. So what they are saying for auto repair is a full-on commercial business. And you could have customers there all the time. You would have to meet all the conditions of the building code for bathrooms and ADA accessibility, all those things.
So is there a limitation on the number of vehicles that would be allowed under a home occupation versus a regular automobile or truck repair business?
I'll try to jump to.
It was up there just a second ago.
Was it there?
Right. It was, I don't know which way you've gone on your PowerPoint, but right there.
Yeah.
10-1-10B outlines the specific requirements that must be maintained for a home occupation business.
Does that limit the number of vehicles that can be worked on at any one time?
So unfortunately, Mayor and Council, the language is kind of vague in the code for home occupation businesses. It does say that it should not be any more, typical traffic in an area should not be any more than a residential subdivision. But you've got, Amazon dropping off things at homes. You've got vehicles coming and going. So it's a difficult code to apply to this. And that's why we have a conditional use permit.
It does say no outdoors display of goods, equipment, or materials, and the area used for business, when it says is no greater than 25% of the floor area of the dwelling. So the floor area of the dwelling is the home, is what that's referring to. So 25% of the floor area of the home is the area used for the business should be no greater than that, according to this code.
That's correct.
Okay.
So we're going to get to their arguments, of course. They're going to want to share their feelings about this, and I would just preempt that a little bit with saying they are claiming that most of these vehicles on the property are their personal vehicles that they're not repairing for someone else. So that's their argument for why that doesn't really apply to them, because it's their vehicles on their property.
Will you be getting also to landscaping or buffering as far as off a power line and adjacent property owners?
Mayor and council, the landscaping requirements are the same for any single-family subdivision. And since this is an existing residential home, there's no more additional improvements that are made. This is just supposed to be a small-scale business that operates in a residential home.
I'm just looking at the, I think it was 444 in our packet, indicating a parking or tow truck offload area right off of Powerline Road that is currently a landscape buffer. So I'll let you get to that point in your presentation.
Okay. Okay, so because this is a conditional use permit, these are the criteria, these are the conclusions of law, we often refer to them as, or the findings that, that facts need to be given to support these conclusions. It needs to be compatible with and not adversely affect the livability or appropriate development of abutting properties and the surrounding neighborhood. That's one of the main key criteria for conditional use permit approvals. The next one is 1025-4A2. The location, design, and site planning of the proposed development will provide a convenient and functional living, working, shopping, or civic environment, and will be as attractive as the nature of the use and its location and setting warrants. As you can see, these are a little bit difficult to give specifics on. Staff can't look at these and say, absolutely, this meets it. But that's why this has to come before a public body. The last one is the proposed development will enhance the successful operation of the surrounding area and its basic community functions, or will provide an essential service to the community or region. So those are the criteria that you must find apply to this project. So the primary conditions or the correspondence we received are from NAMPA code compliance that are applicable to this. The original comment from the original application that came in, they said at this time the excess parking for vehicles is not a hard surface or gravel. It is hard packed dirt. Would recommend that it be paved or graveled. This includes surfacing to the left of the driveway and the area to the south of the yard. It looks as if he is conducting business currently with at least 12 vehicles in the front of the residence. Some could be personal use. I think that was my comment there, just in parentheses. If they're personal use, then this comment about number of vehicles don't apply. They updated their comment just this last week, and they say that they have attached 3 pictures taken, and those are all in your packet. And essentially, they show the same conditions that we've already seen. 3 are at the property that is being appealed. Cars are parked on a gravel auxiliary drive. There is no signage. There is no debris. So I believe that what the difference between those two, the primary difference is that they are saying there's gravel in that auxiliary drive or that parking area. Then citizen correspondence, we've already heard from about some of those, but I listed the names here of the comments we received. And RV being used on the property as a second residence, vehicles parked there in front of the residence, concerns about the appearance of a used car lot, inconsistent and incompatible use with the residential neighborhood. And I believe there was one more comment submitted today that is on your desk right now in support. And I believe that is another business person that is working with the applicant, the original applicant. All right, so staff analysis. I highlighted the home occupation again. Nampa comprehensive plan addresses home occupations, and it should be an occupation carried on in a dwelling unit by the resident thereof, provided that the use is limited in extent and incidental and secondary to the use of the dwelling unit for residential purposes and does not change the character thereof. So that's the language in the comprehensive plan. Nampa City Code 10110B, these are the different areas of home occupation that I highlighted already. Staff finds no evidence of a sign on the property and cannot exceed 25% of the home. This really comes down to whether these vehicles on this property that are being stored outside are for the business or if they are personal vehicles. If they are for the business, it appears that outdoor storage is being used and it's taking up more space than 25% of the residents. Only one commercial vehicle allowed. You saw the towing vehicle, but they have indicated that they do not have that vehicle on the property anymore. Number 5 is no employees. The applicant indicated that the business will not have employees. Traffic, and I just put my thoughts here. This one's a difficult one because traffic is supposed to be residential in nature, but there's lots of vehicles that happen in residential areas. So it's a little bit difficult, but I'll leave that to your interpretation. Number 7, property buildings shall retain residential appearance. Though the home on the property appears to maintain a residential appearance, much of the rest of the property appears to be used for commercial purposes. But again, what does that mean exactly? That's the question. Perhaps it's just personal vehicles that he's working on. Noise, vibration, glare, fumes, essentially nuisances. Appellant indicates noise is a problem when testing cars. I have not experienced that. I haven't heard any affirmation of that from our code compliance officers.
Excuse me. Mayor Kling?
Yes.
This stuff is in our packet. We read all this. Do you think we could wrap this thing up here pretty quick?
Mayor, this is the balance I always have to play here. How much information do I share because it's a public hearing where people have to know all the details?
Yeah, Mayor, I thought we had a time, though, for staff.
We actually do, and I don't know where we are on our time, but yeah.
I'll go as fast as I can.
don't think it did. Okay, thank you.
So you've heard my analysis for the most part here. Recommended conditions of approval. Those are the same as what was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And here is your potential motions. See how fast I respond?
You had gotten that.
Good man. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, and I am, just for clarity, I appreciate our clerk clarifying that in our documents that staff is given time as needed. There is not a time for staff.
I thought we did.
There is not. It's both for the applicant.
We can discuss that in the future.
Yeah. Okay. Did we have any questions, though, for Rodney? Any further questions? Rodney, we'll have you back if we have questions. And thank you. I appreciate the thoroughness of your presentation. So at this time, it is the opportunity for, I believe, Andrew Rogers or whomever to speak. Our respondent And thank you for sharing your name and address and who else is going to speak. And I think we do have, 10 minutes? 7. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. My name is Anna Rogers. I reside at 2512 South Powerline Road. This is my son, Andrew Rogers, who resides at 918 West Maryland Avenue in Nampa. Thank you for the opportunity to rebut this appeal. I'm just going to go line by line as to what Mrs. Wilkerson had stated in her comments. There are no CCNRs for this subdivision. There never has been. There's no homeowners. There's nothing that we pay in addition to our mortgage to any kind of a body or anything like that. She stated that we use the front driveway to test our vehicles. While that is true, we're not out there revving the engines. We're not out there doing burnouts. We do live across the street from a high school. So we've got the high school kids that like to, rev their engines driving down the road. Use the road as a racetrack. We do not dump anything hazardous on our property. We have big drums of that we have already set aside for oil, for antifreeze, for anything hazardous that would be coming out of a vehicle. That gets professionally pumped out whenever the containers get full and they come to get them. Since we're still new, that hasn't had to happen as of this time. Yes, I will admit that my son and his family were living in the RV for the last 2.5 years, not 5. This was about post-pandemic when everything started, the prices were astronomical and they just could not find a rental property, which they were able to do now. So it's only been 2.5 years. They did have a container that they would take out once a week or however often they needed it to go and drain it or go dump it at a RV dump station. And as for water, we do have a well, but as all the other neighbors in the subdivision. But like I said, we don't dump anything hazardous in the ground for it to go into our wells and contaminate our drinking water. Freon is self-contained in an AC machine, so that is not, it's recycled, so it's not dumped anywhere within the property. I've already highlighted the noise, and it's because of the high school from across the street of our property. In terms of our pasture, those are all of our personal vehicles. He's been an auto mechanic for 7 years. I mean, he's had a love of cars since he was, knee-high to a grasshopper and did a lot of backyard mechanic with my husband. But now he's got this opportunity because he just loves working on European cars. So he would be specializing in the European market with BMWs, Porsches, those sorts of cars. That is needed in the Nampa area. As the letter stated from Mr. Smith, he worked at a company that has gone since bankrupt that was located off of Garrity Road. That was a European motorsports company that went out of business. So in terms of the parking, we acknowledged all of the code infractions that were given to us and presented to us by the Planning and Zoning Committee when we got our conditional use permit. In further conversations with Rodney, we felt it prudent, and he agreed that we hold off on making any of the repairs so as not to have to put any extended money into our property, but waiting until we have full use, full approval, and then we will make all of the infractions up to code, with the understanding from Rodney that one false move and the CUP will be shut down. So, we will be on our P's and Q's and able to, stay within code. We're going to have additional wood slats put on our fence. There's a gate that closes off the property where the shop is.
All customer vehicles will be behind that gate, nothing exposed to the public side.
If they're exposed, it's because the work has been done, the customer, friend, customer, whatever you want to call it, is coming to pick up the vehicle. Now, when we got our CUP, I believe it was on August 8th, it was at that time that my son started functioning in a business capacity. A lot of these have been done by, for friends, for family, word of mouth. So it hasn't really been a business to speak of, although he's trying to get his feet wet, get established within the community. In looking at storefront properties, anywhere from $8,000 to $15,000 a month to rent. He wants to be a shop owner, and I feel as his mother that this is a perfect opportunity for him to get his feet wet, to get his name known. He's already well known in the Euro sports community within Nampa, or within the Treasure Valley, really. And so, I have no doubt that it will be successful given the opportunity. And then just to finish off, this is going to be a very temporary situation, 2 to 3 years at the most, that he would be using our shop as his place of business until hopefully even sooner, once he's able to afford a storefront in which to have his own shop in a commercial, industrial location. I just want to say that the Thiels and the Bertlows, while they are in our subdivision, they do not live on Powerline. They live on the street behind us. Because of the fact that Powerline is a major road, I could see it if we were within the actual subdivision, how this could be not a good thing, I agree. But because we live on a busy road and, we have had, 3 tow trucks come and drop cars off, and they're in the driveway for, 10, 15 minutes at the most. So we're well aware of the limitations that we need to do. I didn't finish.
We have gotten approval from the neighbor directly behind us and the neighbor across from them. We've gotten written letters of approval for what we're trying to do, our 2 closest neighbors.
They're not in your packet because we just got these today, so can you give them to the city clerk to put in the record?
So as mentioned, well, first of all, I will say the next thing that will happen is the public hearing, and then you will have the opportunity to come back and provide closing comments.
Thank you.
But before you leave, Council, do you have questions? Councilman Bruner?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for your industrial, you want to do well. And
Trying my hardest.
Yeah, and I would think that you would be in demand with other companies.
Yeah.
As a possibility.
I've been to several other shops in the Valley area, and there's just, it's so hard because there's just a lot of shady shops, and I don't do that kind of work.
Okay.
I take pride in my work. So.
My question is, we've talked about personal vehicles. How many personal vehicles do you have?
Over 40.
And how many do you have not within your fenced area, but not on your driveway?
Yeah, 8 or 9 outside of the fence.
8 or 9 that are outside the fence, and these are on power line?
Yep.
But they will not be there once.
If we're approved,
to
get to code, everything will go behind you.
There won't be any parking.
Even your own vehicles?
Yes, correct.
What's the reason, I'm sorry, but I guess I'm not comprehending. What's the reason your own vehicles are not behind the fence currently?
The ones that get driven the most. That dirt lot that's right there on the south side area, I park a lot of my stuff that's kind of dead, needs to go into the field.
Is it challenging to get outside of that fence?
It is very challenging with that tight roadway.
Oh, I forgot, I'm going to add this part. Mrs. Wilkerson's mailbox was indeed ran over by a tow truck company. However, that tow truck company took full responsibility and replaced her mailbox for her, and that was the only incident that's happened. I know she had stated it twice, but it was just the one time.
Okay, thanks.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah,
Councilman?
how my implication is, I don't quite understand why you don't have all those vehicles concealed when you have that large area.
Yes.
It's just there's a lot of, I'm in the process of moving stuff around in the pasture just to get a home for everything, so everything is behind the gate. So there's, I think, 4 in the dirt right now, as I'm working to get those around, and then the stuff in the driveway. There will be cars in the driveway, personal vehicles as I show up every day, you know, my father's vehicles are there, my wife has a car there, so there will be some vehicles out there, but there won't be, I mean, it's not gonna be to the extent it is now. And all customer vehicles will be fully fenced behind the gate from the shop. Unless, of course, for 20 minutes it comes out to get picked up.
Are there any other questions? Thank you. We'll have you back.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing, and now is the time for public testimony.
Madam Mayor, we do have one advance sign-up, and that is Rhonda Peterson, who'd like to speak in opposition.
Good evening, Rhonda, and thank you for going ahead and stating your address as you restate your name. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Peterson, and I reside at 27, hang on. My mother is Jeannie Wilkerson at 2520 South Powerline Road in Nampa, Idaho 83686, where I was raised. But I reside at 7475 Denver Road in Fruitland, Idaho.
Thank you.
And so my opposition to this is the fact that, like I said, I was raised there from the first grade on in 1971. And it is zoned. It is zoned. It does have CC&Rs. When the subdivision began growing around us, because we were the first home there, we were allowed 2 large animals. Okay, that was the CC&R. And it was single family residence. And so I've watched that whole place grow. And it's really disheartening to see the parking lot, car lot, and cars without plates that are obviously not registered, just all over. And I do know that there are a lot of retired people in that community, and it is a community that don't have children anymore, but probably aren't here because of that, because they're seniors and they just want to live quietly in their quiet neighborhood, which it always has been until now. And I know since 2017 that this has begun, and it has been eyesore and a contention to our family and many other families. So, yeah, I oppose this. I don't want to see this turn into a commercial, industrial. I mean, that's just opening the gate to anybody else around there that has an acre or an acre and a half. And, you know, when you think of a small business out of home, you would think of a tax service, maybe somebody doing hair, you know, licensed, of course, and insured. And so this is just beyond that. It's totally beyond that. It's an eyesore. Thank you.
Great, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming this evening.
Madam Mayor, there is no one else that did an advance sign-up.
Is there anyone here that had intended to testify that did not sign up? Okay, so seeing none. I have a quick question for staff before we move to the final. Could you remind me, when did this come into the city? Because this for some time was a county subdivision. And so I'm just curious, when did this come into the city? And I forgot to ask the gal that just spoke if the CC, it sounds like there were CC&Rs, but I'm curious if the CC&Rs are still enforced or if they've not been enforced. So, because there seems to be some misunderstanding on the CC&Rs. You'll get to speak when you get to come back, so write yourself a note so you remember it, yeah. So.
Mayor, we're looking up the date. I struggled to find that date originally, so that's why I put the 1971 date for the subdivision, 2004.
So in 2004, it came into the city. It was annexed into the city at that time.
Correct. And then CC&Rs, just a staff's perspective here, I when you don't have an active board, You may have had CCNRs at one point, but if there's not an active board, I'm not sure how that gets enforced. I'm not sure if that applies anymore.
He's looking at the attorney.
We are looking at the attorney. Not that you know on this one, but just
Right.
in general, if it's not.
It does depend on what the CCNRs say. They don't necessarily expire. Some have expiration dates on them. Some have the ability of individual landowners to enforce them. Others just have enforcement for the association. So, Mayor, without seeing them, I don't know if they're still in place, if they've expired, or what.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So at this time, this would be an opportunity for the Rogers family, Anna, whoever else is speaking, to go ahead and share, and then we'll follow up by Jeannie Wilkerson. You will be next after this. So thank you. You're welcome to make closing comments. I think you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The CCNRs, we've never seen them. We own the property. We bought the property back in 2012. And if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I was under the assumption that when you buy a property, you get a copy of the CCNRs. We never received a copy of CCNRs, so that was why I stated that there were none, because we never received any CCNRs, nor do we pay HOA dues. Secondly, Mrs. Wilkerson's daughter talked about not having any plates and having vehicles not registered. We had a police officer come to our home several years ago. They did VIN checks on every single one of our vehicles. They're all registered and they all have license plates. So I don't know what else to say to that. But in closing, I would just like to say that, you know, it's hard right now in this day and age for a young man to build a business or to have a career and something that he is so passionate about and has been since he was a child. He's got a 18-month-old daughter, his wife. You know, they're trying to make a life here in Nampa. We've only been living here since '06, but you know, it's and you know, like I've said, it's temporary. It's not a forever thing. You know, I submitted 2 letters from our neighbors, the Coffees that are at 2025 South Florence, and the Stockards that are at 2525 South Florence, and they're, you know, they're within eyesight of our property, with the Coffees being directly behind us, and they were in favor of allowing us to do this, or saying that we should be allowed to be able to do this. And I just want to reiterate that I know that we're going to be on the radar if this permit gets approved. And so you can bet your bottom dollar that we are going to be dotting our I's and crossing our T's, because we don't want to have to start this process all over again. So I know that, you know, we put up a fence in the area because of the complaints that she had always submitted to code compliance. For a while, we were on a first name basis with the code compliance. His name was Greg. He told us to put up a fence, but she's been, you know, she has a trespassing order against her because she will come onto our property when that side gate is open into the pasture to see what we were up to.
Take pictures, videos, everything.
And I want to say also that that picture that she submitted that showed the RV and all the vehicles in the pasture, that was taken from the roof by her granddaughter or grandchild. And that was told to us when we attempted to go and talk to her, because there were rumors saying that we were going to tear down the dwelling and build a commercial building, and it was going to be commercial property. And that's further from the truth. You know, we still live there. I'm not going to give up my home. I just want him to have a place of business where he can succeed and provide a much needed service to the community. Thank you.
We've also got documented all of the code compliance complaints from 2012, and then several police complaints or police reports as well from Jeannie over things that she's complained about, where every time they come out, there's never an issue. Every time code has come out, they've never violated us. They've never found anything substantially wrong that we didn't fix immediately or we didn't know. So.
And I don't mean to sound petty, However, she did share with us that there was a black SUV in my driveway with Oregon plates, which we have been trying to rack our brain, trying to remember what vehicle that was, and we can't. And because it had Oregon plates, we were reported for drugs,
And selling.
selling drugs. And what was the other thing? Oh, there was one more. Anyhow, I don't mean to be petty, but I feel like I needed to share that. We have had nothing but harassment from the Wilkersons since we moved in. I can submit to you the code complaints, the police reports that I received from Nampa PD. It's just been one thing after another, after another, after another. So I hope that you will find in our favor, and that you will allow us to, and allow my son and his family to have a life here in Nampa. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councilman Haverfield?
Let him go first.
Councilman Bauer?
Your mic's not.
So I'm at Skyview all the time. I coach there twice a week, actually. So just from me driving by the property, am I allowed to? Yeah, I mean, sometimes it seems like there's 20, 30 cars there. So those are all personal cars or any of
For
those
the most part.
business?
Since August 8th, I've been, quote, running a business. I'm not physically, advertising for it, but word of mouth, anybody that needs work done, I'm doing it, I'm not working at a shop, I'm not employed anywhere. So I've taken up off the ground from that.
And I don't know that we could ever fit 20 to 30 vehicles in the driveway or in that side yard. They stated that there were 12 to 17 vehicles. I don't even know that we were able to even fit that many. I mean,
I've never personally had more than like 6 customer or friend cars out front of the property at one time. Just as personal, there's 8 cars that are personal between my father, my mother, and me that sit outside of that gate that are ours.
And
you'll see as you drive by, they don't change, so the same cars are out there.
and we are working at moving all of those vehicles behind the fence into the pasture.
Just so it doesn't give the representation of a business. It just looks like a standard residence.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but we were told by code compliance that we had put in road mix in that bottom part down there that we could use as a driveway. Well, we've since been told it needed to be asphalted or gravelled or paved or concreted. We've chosen not to put any vehicles there so that we don't have to go to the added expense of either concreting that little parking lot or putting asphalt. But everything from the fence back on the north side of the property, from that fence line all the way back, that will be gravelled.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Haverfield?
Just a couple of quick questions, thank you. You've mentioned pasture. Do you have any farm animals on the
No.
property? And ACR Auto Works, is that the business?
That
Yes.
is the licensed insured LLC.
Okay. And then you've mentioned that you don't live on the property, but you do.
Yes, I do. I'm the primary homeowner.
Okay. Are you a owner of the business as well?
I am not. Well, I am, but I'm indirectly, but I'm not like, my name's not associated with it. Yes.
Okay. And then do you know what the square footage of your home is?
It's roughly just a little under 1,600,
On one level?
one level.
All right, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from council? Seeing that,
Oh, sorry.
oh, I'm sorry.
Just really quickly, it's not a question, but I just don't know if I'm gonna have another chance to tell you, so I'm undecided
Well,
on this.
This would not be the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so any discussion would come after the final statements.
Okay.
So if there's a question for them, yes, yeah. So right now, the next opportunity is, yes, go ahead. So I've asked the clerk to please share the 2 documents that you handed so that everybody heard them. Thank you.
So the first one is dated November 21st, 2022, to the Napa City Council. I, James Coffey, and my wife live directly behind the Rogers household. Our address is 2520 South Florence Street, Napa, Idaho. Rogers put in a 6-foot fence at the city's request a number of years ago. that block out vehicles located on their property. They have been our neighbors for over 10 years, and we have no issues or problems with the vehicles on their property. They have been good neighbors. Therefore, we do not support an appeal of this Planning and Zoning Commission approval of the requested home occupation filing. James and Elaine Coffey. The second one is, it was sent on November 21st, 2022 by Cale Stockard. I have been the neighbor of Rick and Anna Rogers for a few years now. I have never been disturbed by what they do on their property, and I support them trying to open up a business at the residence.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, this is an opportunity for Jeannie Wilkerson to come back and provide closing comments as you have listened to the various conversations. So this is your opportunity to provide closing comments. You, or if your daughter would like to represent you, however you choose to do that, but this is your opportunity. Jeannie, I know you're nervous, but it's okay. You've done a good job, and so it's okay if you're nervous, so.
Just from my heart, I just don't know what she's trying to do, but I did talk to her and Andrew on my doorstep. They said that that building that they have and are doing business out of is not big enough, and they need to build another building, is what they told me. And they also told me that they are not planning on putting asphalt in, that they're just going to do the gravel. But, you know, they've had 5 years to do that, and they haven't done anything. They've made promises, and nothing's been done. And so what they say about me, I don't know where that came from. I don't. But I don't want that business in my backyard. It's noisy, a lot of traffic, too many tow trucks. In that one picture, it shows junk. I called it like a salvage yard, and that's what it looks like. So, and if they say they're going to remove all that, who knows when they're going to do that, you know? They've had more than 5 years to absolutely do that, so. And as far as the cars, yes, I counted 17 cars out there. They can do 17 plus. And that gentleman's right over there, yeah. So the tow trucks were bringing the cars in, the wrecked cars. He was clanging and banging and tearing them apart after hours on weekends and disturbing my husband at that time. And he was, and he is, and he still is, repairing cars and selling them on that property. And he has been doing it for the last 5 years. So, you know, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? I don't believe that we do at this time. Thank you so much. Okay, so at this time, Council, do you have any questions for anyone this evening before we close public hearing?
Mayor?
Yes, Rodney?
I'm sorry to add to this.
I think we do have questions for you too, so.
So attorney and I have talked about this condition we just heard. On the application, the original applicant, the business owner, indicated their address as this property. Our home occupation code says that you have to live at the location where the business is being conducted. And so if he's at a different location now, that causes problems with compliance with our code. Potentially, they could add the mother to that business as a business owner, but as it stands right now, he doesn't comply, if he's living somewhere else, he doesn't comply with that code.
Thank you for those comments, and I think Councilman Haverfield that's why he asked the question, both on the square footage and based on code and the applicant, right? So at this time, if there are we can ask staff questions after we close public hearing. I just want to ensure there's no questions beyond. So I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. If you need to ask staff a question, you're welcome to. Councilman Haverfield.
Rodney, can you come back up there? Or do you want to just stay there? I'm looking at Chapter 22, off-street parking, and it speaks to recreational hobby vehicle storage in residential zones. It states that if it's to be within the front yard setback, they can't be there for more than 48 hours. Is that an understanding that was shared with the applicant?
We didn't reference this code, but we did talk to them about storage of vehicles out there and that they were not in compliance with code currently.
Okay. And then as I look at the RA Suburban Residential District, it states there that the RA Suburban Residential District is designed to create a semi-rural environment within which certain limited agricultural pursuits are carried out. The applicant stated that they had no farm animals or other agricultural uses there. So I guess I would ask you to give me clarity as on the full, it does further state is the intent to have full range of urban services available. What does that mean in this regard?
I'm looking at the language right now. It would only be my conjecture. This was done prior to me being here. So I don't feel comfortable giving a...
So could you read the language again? And I would like our legal counsel to give us some guidance on what that language means.
It states, are you talking about the RA Suburban Residential District?
Right, the question you were just asking, Rodney.
Okay. It states that the RA Suburban Residential District is designed to create a semi-rural environment within which certain limited agricultural pursuits are carried on in conjunction with or in close proximity to subdivisions containing non-farm type dwellings. It is further intent to have the full range of urban services available within this district, and that was my question. What does that mean? And then as it goes further, it says permitted buildings and uses in an RA district shall be as set forth in section 10-3-2, which I asked in an RA zone, automobile or truck repair is not either a permitted or permitted by conditional use in that chart. So that was the other question that I had asked earlier. So my question is, what is the full range of urban services? What is that meant to mean? Automobile repair?
Could you put
I'll
that
put it back up on the screen.
Please leave it up so we can
I'm
read
in
it.
chapter 7.
Thank you.
That's the RA zone.
It's this last sentence here. It is the further intent to have the full range of urban services available within this district.
Then I'm also looking at chapter 3. That's the chart.
He's looking for direction regarding the interpretation of the code.
Yeah.
If it's not going to be agricultural, is that last sentence meant to open up other urban services such as truck and auto repair?
Mayor, again, this is conjecture. This is me guessing at what the intent was when council adopted this years ago. But typically we refer to urban services, not necessarily, I believe we may be talking about utilities and vehicle or transportation in that area. It's really hard to say that this is beyond residential because the land use table, as the Chairman Haverfield indicated, are not allowed. You know, most of those are not allowed. So residential is the primary purpose of this district. The homeowner occupation is intended to be kind of a supplementary secondary use that supports the primary use of the properties within this district.
So Rodney, I appreciate what you just shared, though, because it gave me a totally different thought. When it says it is the further intent to have the full range of urban services, in other words, water and sewer, and those services that would be provided in a more urban setting, even though this is more residential type rural environment is what it was, but it's to have the intent to have the full range of urban services. That's interesting. Utility, city services, rather than urban services, city services. I mean, you could interchange those two words.
That's why I was wondering what that was meant to be.
Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense as you share that, Rodney, so. Comments, Todd? Okay, thank you. So, it sounds, I'm not sure where we want to go from here. It sounds, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to make the motion. I mean, number one, Andrew, correct? Yeah, like I said, you're very industrious. You're going to be in demand. I was sad to hear there's a lot of shady businesses out there, I think. But I don't think this is even something that we can even approve. If we could, the 25% of the home, where you do not live on the property. I realize your mother, can become part of the owner. I'm going to approve the appeal, but doggone it, you're gifted. And I think you can go out there and work, and maybe work for somebody else for a while until you earn some money, and then you can have your own business. Okay. Boy, if there's that many shady businesses around this area, that's really sad. But anyway, I would make the motion that we accept the appeal.
And approve the appeal?
Yep.
So it would say, do you want to read it?
Oh, do I need to read?
That might be wise.
I move to deny the CUP. I approve the CUP. I move to deny. Can't read it when it's
So
not.
the one in the red, is that
Okay,
correct?
I move to approve the appeal and deny the CUP for a home occupation of an automobile or truck repair business in an RA suburban residential zoning at 2512 South Paroline Road for Andrew C. Rogers, representing Anna Maria and Richard Thomas Rogers, Living Trust.
Second.
Okay, and then because we have to, the conditions.
Well, I stated two of them that I don't think can even apply. The 25% of the home structure, and also that the owner of the business does not live in the residence.
Councilman, excuse me, Todd.
I'm not looking for a motion, Mayor. I'm happy just being legal. Could you also, I think the conditional use permit also talks about compatibility. If that's one of your reasons, if those that are in support of the motion could talk about that as well.
Well, and I think the compatibility, and I heard from our Councilman Bauer, and I have also driven by that area, and it's not sightly. Let's put it that way. And I realize there's promises that will become sightly, but I don't think it's been sightly for some time. So there's not a proven factor there that's going to be the case. And I guess I will ask maybe one more thing from Rodney, though, on that, including my motion here. So what type of accountability can you do on this CUP? Who goes out and checks to see if things are being done? Because mention was made that they had to watch their P's and Q's because you'd be all over them. Well, I'm talking to Rodney now. So is that the case?
Mayor and council, I do not visit all those sites and make sure that they.
All right. So another reason at this point in time that my motion stands.
Okay, so there has been a motion, and the second was by Jacob. Okay.
Mayor.
So is there further discussion?
Yeah, I would just like to say too that I struggled with this because my own son started a business out in the garage behind my office building, and it's now flourished to a multi-state construction company. So I believe in the incubator approach, and if we were being presented something that they were working out of this one building that's indicated as a shop building with 4 to 6 cars, just in it alone, I wouldn't have any issue. But the fact that it was stated that there's up to 40 different cars that are on the property at any one time, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my time to comment. I appreciate what their intent is here. I couldn't, in my mind, rationalize how this was just that small type of an entity. So I support the
I
motion.
think one thing that I'd like to say is that as much as, the hearts go out to supporting someone that's wanting to start a business, and good for you, you know what, that's wonderful. And I know a decision like this is hard, but one of the roles of city council is to actually look at the code. And unfortunately for you, when you look at what the code was designed and how it is worded, because of the specific language regarding the percentage of square feet that's intended, you have to look at what the intent of a home business is, and also the fact that it is clearly stated that it's the resident living there. So we've got a couple of things outside of that, and in addition to the compatibility in the residential area. And so I know this is challenging, but so it isn't personal, because the heart of us, it's like we want to support a business, right? And I know this is difficult, but we also have to make sure that when we make decisions, we're setting the precedent that will be used in other areas. So it isn't personal, it's just the principle of it. So I know it's difficult, but with that, I think that's why these decisions, why the recommendations come forward. So I know that doesn't soften it, but we encourage you. So with that, is there any other comment?
Mayor, really quickly.
Yes, I'm sorry, you had wanted to comment a long time ago.
Jeannie, first, I can empathize with you. I can just see that this has caused a lot of distress and kind of chaos in your world, and I'm sorry that you've had to deal with that. And I hope that whatever decision is made here, that it brings a little bit of peace to you moving forward. But Andrew, you are so gifted and talented, and I love that you're doing something of the trade. College isn't for everyone, and it's so important, and you're so young, to be able to find something that you love, because you're going to be doing it for the rest of your life. And I can tell that you're so passionate and that you're going places, and no matter where you're going to be doing your business, I think you're going to be really successful, and Nampa's really lucky to have somebody that is going to be doing honest work, and that we know that you're going to be reliable for our citizens, and that you're going to be amazing. So no matter where your business is going to be, you're going to succeed. And I think you're amazing, and I think you have a really bright future. So thank you for what you're doing.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. Andrew, I want to encourage you, be resilient. And to both of you, you presented well. And I know that you're frustrated and upset, but how you respond and where you go from here will define you. So do it well. And we're going to be right there, right? I know this is hard, but hang in there. Give it a day, let it settle, and then that path will show up somewhere. But hang in there. Yeah. So thank you. So we're going to move to item 7.6 on the agenda. And so with that, council, do we need, I hate to give us a break. Do you need,
I think me and some of the seniors out there would love to have a break.
Or do you want us just to hurry up and get to it? My concern is you've been waiting a long time and they're ready, but if we need it,
I can just go.
just run and go, just run and go. We're going to keep moving through just to keep, and so we may take a quick break. And Jeannie, thank you for being here. You are welcome to go, and I know this has been a hard night for you. Hang in there. Thank you. Yeah, you hang in there. Yeah. And I think you're going to wait here. So I think, Rick, you might have Jeannie sit at the back, and then you can help her out when it's a clear. I see Eric Skoglund there. So we'll have someone help you out to your car. I mean, yeah, we'll have our officer here help you out to your car. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to move to 7.6 on the agenda. This is an action item, and this is the request, City Council to authorize the Parks and Recreation fees as submitted include option 2 golf fees, and fees may include increases to the Recreation Division Parks, Recreation Programming Cemetery, Harwood Recreation Center, and golf. And all the Parks and Recreation fees are listed for review, but not all fees are proposed for an increase. Darren, I do appreciate the fact that just for everyone, when we're looking at the list, if you look at the column, and I'm sure you already know this, it shows the percentage of increase. Those are the ones that are increasing. If it doesn't show that in the column, they're not, so it makes it very easy to go through. Darren, I will quit talking and let you present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Darren Johnson, Parks and Recreation Director. The fees are something that we bring to City Council every year. As the mayor said, this includes all the divisions under Parks and Recreation. You have in your packet the whole list, which I think is about 800 fees. And so in general, I think how the best approach to do it is to take questions that you may have regarding the fees, although I know that some questions have come up about golf. So I have just a few slides to share about golf and kind of explain where we're going with the golf fees and the golf budget. And so, and as you know, the golf is an enterprise fund, which it operates like a business. And so all the fees that we generate have to pay for the operations. They have to pay for the capital improvements. And so even though it operates like a business, we're not necessarily profit driven. The goal is to bring enough revenue in to cover the expenses for operations and cover the expenses for the capital improvements. As we've been talking about for years, and I think we're getting close, and I know I said we're getting close 2 or 3 months ago, but I think we're even really close now to closing on the property. Hope to have that done by the end of the year. In fact, the mayor and I last Friday met with the state, had a really good meeting, and things seem to be going, moving in the direction that we need them to be moving. We also have put together a capital improvement plan, and so we're not just working on one particular year. We're looking out in the long range. As we own the golf courses, we understand that there's many improvements that need to happen. And then we've also had to look at the rise in operation costs due to inflation. Inflation, of course, has been really hard on everybody. I think this is the highest inflation we've had since probably the 80s or late 70s. And so we've had to take that into consideration because our cost of doing business has increased. And so, next slide. Put together a little bit of strategy as we've as we're suggesting these fees. We just don't pick a fee out of the hat. We give a lot of thought. Scott Hadley and now Tom is part of our team in golf. Put together a lot of thought on the strategies and the fees that we put together. We also put this information in front of the Golf Commission. The Golf Commission supported option number 2. It wasn't presented exactly as option number 2 as it is now. They made a couple little changes, but option 2 that's in your packet is what was approved by the Golf Commission. And then we've also have a 10-year plan, so we try to anticipate the expenses in operations over the next 10 years. And then I think one of the most important things that we do is we compare rates with other golf courses in the valley. And so there's a rate sheet in your packet, and we've updated one on a slide here. And then we've limited the number of season passes that are sold. What that helps us do is capture some more of the day fees by limiting those annual passes. I won't go over the 10-year capital plan, but as you can see, this capital plan, these are not things that we just wish to have that would be nice in the next 10 years. This particular list is things that will be a necessity to continue operating, like irrigation system at Centennial, parking lots, mowers, and wells that will be needed. There's just under $15 million in this capital improvement. And if you can go to the next slide, and then this just shows as we're working through our projections over the next 10 years, we look at these projections. Won't go through this particular budget right now as it's a draft and we're continuing to work on it. But I think it's important to know that we're not just looking at 1 year. We're trying to see what it's going to take to operate the golf courses long term. Next slide. This is the golf comparison. I think one of the things that you'll notice on here, even our suggested fees, and I'll just pick one out for example. The 7-day restricted pass at Centennial, our recommended fee, our proposed fee is $13.50 for the season pass. If you look at that, it's still the least expensive pass out of all of the golf courses here, with the exception of Purple Sage. Purple Sage, I believe that Centennial is a higher quality golf course than Purple Sage. I may be biased, but also Purple Sage is, or it used to be, subsidized by the city of Caldwell. Next slide. We put together a policy. This is also part of the approval packet. The only thing that is changed in this policy is we've adjusted the limited number of passes. I can assure you, if you have a pass today, you'll be able to renew that pass next year. So we won't limit anybody. We haven't decreased it. Anybody that's in the system right now will be able to renew. But we've also, what we've also done is put policy in that will prevent people from buying early and getting last year's pass. And so we haven't pre-sold any. In previous years, we've allowed to come in before the effective date, and then they basically buy last year's at last year's rates. And so with the inflation in our expenses being so high, I didn't feel like that we could do that this particular year. Next slide. This was option 1 and option 2. Option 2, compared to where we're at, considering all things are the same, we predict that option 2, the revenue that will come in will add $344,000, almost $345,000 to the revenue stream. This is an interesting slide here. May go over it a little bit more later, but it just shows you what our proposed fees are and the average cost it is for a pass holder. So this is an analysis that's done on a 7-day restricted pass. So right now, because the fees are a little less, they're probably golfing for about the restricted pass at Centennial for probably just a little under 21. That's the average. At Ridgecrest, it's 37. That's the pass holders. In comparison, you see that if somebody came in and just bought a day pass and signed up for a tee and didn't have an annual pass, they would be coming in paying $34 at Centennial, 41 at Ridgecrest, and then even higher on the weekend rates. Yeah, so I understand that there'll be public comment. Those are just some of the comments that I have just to get us kicked off, and then I'll be happy to come back and answer questions on any of the other fees.
Thank you, Darren. Council, do you have any questions on, I think that as I look at possibly we do have some testimony that's coming. I don't know if it's more golf related. It's hard to guess, but do you have any questions regarding, in general, any of the fees or anything that's being proposed of Darren? Nope. Okay. So we will move at this time to public testimony.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Ron Fortner, who'd like to speak in opposition.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for this opportunity. Excuse my look. My wife didn't hit me. A little cancer. It makes me feel older being up here seeing Jacob over here. I coached against him, and last time I saw him, he was a young 18-year-old guy. Now he's gotten a lot bigger. This is an issue that I'm not unfamiliar with. My name's Ron Fortner. I live at 6970 East Greens Drive in Nampa, right between Ridgecrest and Centennial Golf Course. And I'm probably more aware than a lot of the people at our club of everything that's going on. I attended a commission meeting about a month ago, kind of helped me understand some things, but I do know about some of the things they're trying to improve on. A well needs to be dug at Ridgecrest, new sprinkling system at Centennial, and the parking lot. I know what all those are. I know what they're talking about the cost are going to be, and they're going to be great things that'll help both courses. However, it's very simple to look at a chart up there that Darren brought in and get fooled a little bit. I don't have an assistant to draw up a big chart for me, but I was a math major and a history major, and I know numbers. And I know this, that since 2021, if this option 2 goes through, I have figured out what the increase is on this. And there's 3 different passes we have. We have a 7-day restricted pass. We also have a 5-day pass. One of them is a grandfathered pass as well. And I'm just taking 2 of them. One of them, the restricted, 7-day restricted pass was $939 in 2021. And now he's proposing $1,350. And what he's not mentioning here is this is a regular pass, and if you have a spouse, she's also included. There's also an additional fee for her. If you have a cart, there's a trail fee as well. And so it's more than just the passes that are going up. I paid $889 in 2021. If this goes through, I'll pay $2,875. That's a 52% increase in 2 years. That's $985. I'm a retired school teacher. I'm not independently wealthy. That's a little more than inflation. I can't understand where they don't see that number. If you have a...
Mayor, Coach Fortner, Give those figures one more time to me, will you?
Okay.
It didn't figure in my mind. I don't have a math mind, but it didn't figure what you said.
Okay. Start doing, do I need to repeat any of that?
If you would for me.
Yeah, okay.
Probably not for anybody else, but
I
for
paid
me.
$889.
And what, and then you said 2,000,
And now $2,875.
and you said that's only a 50% increase?
52% increase in 2 years. For my,
Okay.
for my pass
Okay, so you're
with
doing,
my
you're
spouse.
doing over 2 years because,
Yeah, in
okay.
2 year
Because I
period.
was figuring like 1,600 would be a 100% increase. so-
Yeah, no, yeah.
Okay.
The interesting thing about that I found is that a friend of mine who's here today, Kevin Hansen, he went and contacted 15 courses in Idaho, some locally, some over in eastern Idaho. The $986 that I'm going to be increased on is more than half the courses we checked for their pass. Just my increase is more than their passes. Locally, it was mentioned that Purple Sage is the only course that's cheaper than us. River Bend is also cheaper. That's 2 local courses. In addition, most of our passes are probably with seniors at our course. We probably have more seniors at our course than any course in the state, I think. On Wednesdays, there's 115 people out there. There's a lot more people that don't play on Wednesday that are seniors who are on fixed incomes as well. And I just want to say there's a couple things. Number one, I think there's other ways you can draw revenue without hammering somebody for $985 in a 2-year period. Kevin and some other people have a grandfather pass, a 5-day pass, and he paid $778 in 2021. And now he's going to have to pay $1,250. With his trail fees, his increase is 63% over 2 years. So all these passes are costing people more than just the trail fees. I want to mention something that goes on at our course. I don't know if everybody knows this, but all of our organizations, the seniors, the women, the CMGA, we always donate money to the mayor's tournament. We always try to do things for the community. Just recently, we had a tournament out at our golf course where in order to play, you had to bring a turkey. And all the turkeys that were brought in, you could either bring a turkey or you could bring a jacket or a coat. All the turkeys that were brought in, we took to the rescue mission. In 4 years, we have brought in over 2,000 pounds of turkeys to the rescue mission. We brought in over 5,000 coats to the Nampa Fire Department for their coat program. So we do more than just play golf there. We're trying to do other things as well. The other things that we do, we talk about this, and I talked about this at the commission. The thing that I'm concerned about is if we keep raising the green fees, we cannot run our tournaments. I can't afford to pay anybody. By the time they buy entry fee, pay green fees, even if they've got a pass, they have to pay a green fee because we play on Saturday mornings. So we have to buy a pass. So we got $25, and a cart, $67 just to play in a 1-day tournament. Most of the time, they will not have enough money. We will not have enough money to pay them what they paid just to get into the tournament. Now, last year, we raised our dues, $20, which is a big help for us. We've got over 200 members, so that's an extra $4,000. This year alone, in our tournaments, I added $3,700 to all our prize money, above what the entry fees were, in order to make sure all the winners walked away with at least as much as it cost them to get in. But we can't keep raising our entry fees. We can't keep raising our membership fees. I know we talk about this being a time of recession and all of this stuff, but if you look at the sheets that the city council, the commission, or Darren has put together, if you look at these, you'll notice that last year, Ridgecrest and Centennial had a profit of $1.4 million. They didn't have that big of an increase over their expenses 5 years ago when there was no recession. And now during a recession, they still made $1.4 million. I have no problem with us raising our rates, but I don't think that we should have to pay, as seniors especially, for everything that we're going to do so quickly. I didn't even go back 5 or 6 years. We've raised our rates every single year for 6 years. Last year, they raised it from 2021 to 2022 was the biggest increase. In some cases, over $250 or $200 or $300. We cannot keep up with that. I have two, just last thing I'll finish with, 2 suggestions. And I've talked to this with council members before. Instead of trying to get 80, 90,000 more out of us pass holders, which they will get if we increase and go for option 2. That's my figures come up with something like that. I don't understand why we can't raise their proposed $34 green fees to $35. That's $1 more. And now you've got a general public, people from Boise, Homedale, wherever, coming in playing golf. And I don't know, Darren, you'd know this better than I would, but I think we probably had over $50,000, 50 or 60,000 rounds of golf played at Centennial last year. An extra $1 would bring in at $50,000, $60,000 instead of hammering 120 people with increases of 52 to 60% over 2 years. And I've figured that out. I have no idea why we can't add that extra $1 in order to do that, or $2 even. We'll still be cheaper than Ridgecrest. And it'll provide an opportunity for the seniors to still keep their passes and not look to go somewhere else. My last thing here is that most of the people that play out there, like I said, are seniors. And I think sometimes we forget some of those seniors that are still playing that we have no senior rate at Centennial Golf Course. Every course, except for 2 of these 15 we checked, has senior rates. Every single one. Some of them also have pay periods where you pay half your rate in January, the other half in June. They also have senior days. We have nothing for seniors. And I'm sure most of you are aware, the seniors that are playing golf at Centennial right now especially are the people that built that golf course. Every piece of furniture in that golf course, every wood piece of furniture like your podium up here, was built by Harold Haley, who's a senior at the golf course, who's also going to have to pay 50% more just because we need to get a few more dollars out of the seniors. I'd like you to reconsider raising all these rates on the passes. I don't mind an increase, but I think it could be altered off by maybe raising your green fees $1 and then raising our fees a little bit less. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so I totally broke the rules tonight. So, no, you're fine. So we only allow 3 minutes, and I think Ron went 9 or 12, I'm not sure. I lost track after 6. So, but I decided to go ahead and let you talk. Typically, I ask if someone else wants to forfeit their time because I figured you were, I made an assumption that there were others that were going to forfeit their time because he was stating it very well, representing you all. So, this is a public hearing, and we have several other people wanting to testify. And Randy, are you signed up? I see you there. We have a couple more, but I want to ask a question real quickly. Darren, because actually what I'm thinking I would like to do is ask for a continuance on this hearing to the next council meeting. I would like to suggest, Darren, that you said, I know that you've put a lot of work in this, but the question that I have is what is the, for golf, for these guys, have you guys sit down and come up with a recommendation together? And so what I think I'm seeing possibly we haven't. And I would almost like to suggest that we continue this public hearing to the next council meeting. You guys sit down, and we need to be unified. The one thing that I don't want to be is divided. And so, anyway, it's just a thought.
Mayor, are we able to approve at least all other segments of this if we so desire, and then come back and have the continuance?
Absolutely.
And what I'm hearing from Coach Fortner, and I imagine what I hear from others, is it's mainly Centennial, and it's mainly the senior rates.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, as far as the golf aspect of it on Centennial, I mean, I don't know if there's opposition here ready to speak regarding Ridgecrest, regarding Ridgecrest. Okay, so I guess.
But that means we got to go back, and I'd like for you guys to sit down and talk. We
Yes.
need to have that plan. We need to have a plan in place. You guys need to sit down and talk and then come back. I'd like to have a unified approach. I don't want to have a divided approach because that does not help us move forward.
So the question, are we able to approve
Yes, we
from a
are.
legal standpoint, other aspects other than Centennial Golf Course? Okay.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
That may be a problem.
You want to go ahead and let everybody
let-
speak and then continue? Okay. We do have a couple of other public hearings too, and I apologize because I know that you guys, we went past you and you're sitting here a long time and so I do apologize. Yes.
Yes, I'm not sure, Ron brought up a very good point. One of that is that there is not a senior rate. However, at the Recreation Center, at the Harwood Center, there is a senior rate.
And I will say, I visited with Darren about this
Yeah.
before, and Darren shared with me that our rates are lower than the other senior rates at the other courses, is what Darren shared with me earlier today.
Well,
That was my understanding.
that's-
So,
Well, that's neither here nor there right now. What I want to do is say, is that what Ron said, we should continue this tonight, let them speak while they're here, and then later they can get together and talk about it because they need a
Okay.
starting point. I'm just pointing out that one of the points that Ron said was that there is a senior rate for joining the Harwood Recreation Center. There's not a senior rate at either Ridgecrest or Centennial. So that could be a point. I don't want to approve any of these recreation fees because of so many issues that we've had to deal with lately. Now, I know that maybe you'd like to approve those, but we're in tough times. Maybe we're not doing this right. And I'm going to specifically talk about the golf. Maybe we're not doing this right by nickel-diming the golfers. Maybe what we need to do is set a goal in our budget process at the beginning of the year, which includes all this, and then we wouldn't have to go back. But then again, we do that with the rec center, we do that with the Kohler Lawn, and it just seems like in the times that we have right now, you can't expect more money from people who don't have it, and that's my problem.
But I'm sorry, Mayor, but Councilman Rodriguez, this is an enterprise fund, and I'm all for as far as helping out and making as far as for the senior rates in Centennial. But what you're talking about as far as our staff and them figuring out for these other rates and so on, I'm not one that we just keep continuing this and continuing this.
Well,
Are you going to bring up different items as far as all the other items that you do?
I'll tell you what. I don't think that, okay, let me explain this again. I think that our budget hearings should take care of these increases. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
This is the enterprise fund.
Mm-hmm.
This is not
But-
city subsidized.
But we want to get more, okay, well, I'm not going to argue that point.
I tell you what,
Okay.
so I'm going to
Yeah.
pause and we're going to yield to our legal counsel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Just procedurally, you can do what you want. If you can let folks testify tonight if they're here, but if they sit down and come back with something different, folks need to have another opportunity to testify. So they may be testifying twice. Whether it's more efficient to just continue and have folks get together and come back, that's totally up to you. You could, based on the public notice, do a fee that's lower than what's been proposed. But if they're new fees, there would have to be a new notice, so a new fee for seniors or something like that. So that's just some of the procedural items. You can certainly continue it, whether you take more tonight and then have more testimony again later, or you just do it all, that's up to you.
Okay. And Mayor, and then I'll finally be quiet here, but these folks, I apologize for the time they have waited, but I would like a continuance on this golf centennial and have it be the first on the agenda of the public hearing at 6:30 at the next council meeting. As far as whether they need to come back then and have to testify a second, if we go another hour tonight and then another testimony, then I don't think that makes any sense from a time efficiency. But I'll let the other council speak to that. But my motion would be to accept the other fees that are on here, other than the Centennial Golf.
Okay, Councilman Haver, that is not a motion though, is it?
No.
No,
Well, it could be.
it was a comment. Okay. Councilman Haverfield.
I was just going to follow in line with what you were saying, that we continue everything, not just the one item, but everything to the next. That allows Darren to look at a comprehensive, because he's covering a lot of different things in the Parks and Recreation budget.
So, one thing I'll just mention on, I guess I like Councilman Bruner's idea of if you could approve the other fees. And the reason for that is our winter guide is set to go out to print. And if there were any changes, we would make those changes, but I think it's like going out within the next couple days. And so we're on a timeline on those other fees to either move forward with them or back them off to what they were and not increase them.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment. I would like to, yes.
And I want one comment, if I might, there. If you're continuing it all, I think you can do that. If you're looking to approve a portion of it, then you have to have the full hearing tonight, and folks can comment. You can try to focus it, but if you're going to approve a portion of it, you got to have the full hearing and hear what folks have to say. Otherwise, you continue it all.
So Mayor, Todd, can that be just regarding other areas other than the golf?
We have to
Can the mayor
continue
designate that or not? For tonight, I'm talking about.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bruner, if the intent is to just focus on those things, you can advise the public that we're just going to deal with those things tonight and we're going to continue the
Just
other.
have a
to the
public
next
hearing
meeting.
on the other items other than golf.
But you do have to finish the public hearing on whatever it is you may be considering.
Right. Understand that.
Correct.
Okay.
Darren, thank you. So actually, may make some happy and some mad. This is what we're going to do. We are going to continue the golf portion of this public hearing to the next council meeting, so that is date certain. For this public hearing, and I do apologize to our golfers, we're not going to hear testimony on golf tonight. I am going to instruct you to sit down with Darren. I want to hear your comments. I want us to figure out what it needs to be, and we're going to work together and come up with that. So. You're fine. So with that, then I would like to ask, and Randy, I don't think we're going to go do public hearing on golf tonight. But sit down with a meeting with Darren, who do you want to sit down with? All you guys here. So if you're,
Golf Commission.
well, I want you guys here. Those that are here testifying, that's who we need to sit down with.
And you'll set that up, Darren?
Yes. Thank you, Randy.
Mayor, could we get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we schedule a meeting and that the meeting consists of those in this room that are signed up to testify. Is that, to continue. I thought we're on the meeting. We're going to make sure the meeting happens. Okay, so the motion is to continue the hearing for golf to the next council meeting.
And that will be the first on the agenda. Can we count on that, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I could just reiterate what I believe the motion is that was
Yes.
stated, was to continue the golf portion to December 5th as the first item, that you will not hear testimony tonight, and that you are asking the public that is here to meet with Darren Johnson of Parks and Recreation.
Yes.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure the Golf Commission can be in on that as well.
Yes, thank
It
you.
wasn't part of the motion, but.
It's true. We will include them. Okay. So, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Changula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. Everfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, with that, you guys, the golf, you're welcome to stay or not. It's up to you, but we are going to hear the remainder of the Parks and Rec budget public hearing. So if anyone wanted to comment on the non-golf rate increase, can you go through the names real quickly and let's see who would like to testify?
Madam Mayor, the remaining people that I had on the advanced sign-up was Kevin Hansen, Randy Aldridge, and Belden Ragsdale.
Kevin Hansen's back there.
Kevin, did you want to testify on the other fees?
Yeah, I think 3 other people that wanted to testify. I would only do it for myself. I mean, what my rate was, and because I live in Meridian.
Okay, so this would be, we're talking about non-golf at this time. So we are not going to hear golf tonight. We are going to have you guys work together, and we're going to schedule a meeting. And so just make sure we'll reach out. We'll reach out to Randy and let Randy, because I've got his contact, we'll let him get you guys together, okay? So Kevin, you don't have comments outside of golf, is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have you back next time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so then Randy stepped out, and then who was the third person?
Belden Ragsdale.
Belden? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone here this evening that wanted to testify on the rates for the Parks and Recreation fee increase? I see no one. Okay. So with that, council, do you have any, so as far as the Parks and Rec's general fee increase, we don't have anyone here to testify on any of those. And so do you have any questions for Darren?
Madam Mayor, I have a
Yes.
question for Darren. Darren, on the Harvard Center fee increase, one of the questions that I had when I was reading through the packet was, the space that's in that building, I believe you leased out to a gymnastics group or something like that, one part of it. I don't know what the revenue is from that. Would it make sense to have that open? Would it increase membership enough to cover that cost of that group that rents that? And the reason why I ask that is my family goes there almost every day, and I've never seen anybody in there. And I don't know, maybe they're paying enough lease that it doesn't matter?
Yeah, and so, yeah, so it's Councilman Reynolds, that particular area, we contract with Wings to teach those classes. They're actually our classes. They don't lease the space. We just contract with them to teach it, and then they get like 30%, or we get 30% of the revenue that comes in. I think that the benefit, it is used. I don't know how many, but we'll ask John to give us a number about how many people are in come on up, John, in the gymnastics program. But one of the benefits is some of these programs, as patrons put their kids in the programs, they go work out. And so it works really nicely. A lot of these programs work really nicely together, and they're just kind of part of the whole package of our recreation offerings.
Thank you, Darren. Madam Mayor and Councilman Reynolds, John Berkey, manager at the Harvard Rec Center. Thank you. That area there is a multi-use area. That gymnastics area originated upstairs where we currently have our classroom and preschool room and those up in that area. The reason for bringing it down was actually to use that half court there as a multi-use area. We have classes that take place in the morning, also in the afternoon and evening. Those classes range from 3 classes going on at the same time. Those class sizes usually are about 6 to 8 kids. The revenue we're looking at is approximately about $30,000 coming in each month, with the rec center retaining about 30% of that. 70% goes to the contractor. The reason we use a contractor for that department is anytime you're working with specific instruction, like a gymnastics, that's super hard for us to just go out and find somebody off the street that has the ability to teach gymnastics. So we work with a company that already has that expertise and can get those people and train them to be able to offer that programming. We do that with a few other things within the rec center as well. So hope that answers.
Yeah, it sort of answers it. You probably wouldn't know what the numbers would be if that space was open and available to increase membership.
Yeah,
otherwise, so.
we would look at, if we were to open it up, right now it's being used as a rock wall area on the weekend, and then also then the gymnastics during the week. If we were to open it up, it would basically be a continuation of a court space that we already have. It would be hard for me to generalize how much revenue that might increase.
Yeah, I can understand that. Thank you for your answer.
Yeah.
And Darren, I have a quick question for you, and it has to do with the Napa Festival of the Arts fee increases. I noticed, I think, I've moved off of that page right now, but I think the last increase was 2019. For some of those individual booths, it's like from 60 or 80 to 95, there's like a $15 increase. Did you look and see what the other art festivals are?
Yeah. I'll have Beach come up, and we've had quite a bit of conversation over
Around
those
that.
fees. And so this is
Thank you.
Beach, and he oversees that program.
Mayor, Council, Beach Johnson, Recreation Manager for Nampa Parks and Recreation. For the record, Boise is over $100 per 10 by 10 space, so it's significantly more than what we offer. We're not Boise. We don't offer exactly the same thing. It's a little bit different niche. They consider themselves more of a fine art festival than we do. We have more homemade crafts along with fine arts. So it's a little apples and oranges, but their fee space is significantly more.
Okay, and I just noticed, though, our 10 by 10 is moving from 50 to 60, where you say their 10 by 10 is more like 100.
Correct.
Okay, and then our 15 by 15 is moving from 80 to 95. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't misstate it. Yeah, so thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Okay, any other questions for Darren? Yes?
Yeah, sorry, really quick. Darren, are any of these, what are these fees, additional fees going towards? Are these going towards wages? Are these going towards supplies? Like, what is this? Yeah.
Yeah, so staff increases is certainly where we've experienced, just for an example, I guess, we were hiring a lot of our front-end staff at right around $10 an hour, and now we're pushing the $15 an hour. And it's not just because that we have staff and we're like, oh, you guys do a great job and we want to reward you for doing a great job. Although they are doing a great job, it's just that you simply can't find anybody to work for that amount. So really, it feels like the new minimum wage is somewhere around $15 an hour. So that's with the temporary staff. And then just other things that come on, some of our trips and tours, whether that's increase in gasoline, parts and supplies, cemetery, for example. We're building a new niche wall that we have to recapture the expense for that. So it's mainly general supplies and staff.
So council voted to increase fees universally amongst city staff earlier this year. So was that not enough money? Now Parks and Rec's needing more money for staffing?
So, yeah, so I don't think that we have found the spot yet where we're going to be able to maintain a staff. We're still trying to figure that out, what it takes to get our staff. And so we did approve those expenses, but at the same time with the budget, we also anticipated increasing fees with that too. And so in the budget, our revenue, if you looked at our revenue projections, they were anticipated to increase with that budget.
And I might also say, if you don't mind, so I'm just looking in it to further answer your questions. So some of the fee increases are set, the classes are set by the contractor that's doing the work. So I'm just looking at, we've got Bob Ross Painting, for example, the Nutrition Wellness series, that is set by an outside contractor. So if you separate, it isn't one thing that's causing this. Some of the fee increases don't have anything to do with wages. It has to do with the contractor. The other thing that I find when I look through this, I look at the percentage of increase, and then when you see a really high percentage, for example, flashlight Easter egg hunt went up 66%. It went from $3 to $5. So you can't just look at the percentage because the increase was from $3 to $5. So you have to really look through them. And so I try to look through and see what that percentage of increase was. If it's on a larger dollar item, it is whatever. But there's a lot of different factors that go into the wage increase. It isn't one thing, right? I mean, it's fuel costs on the trips. It's the cost of the drivers, the bus rentals on the trips. I mean, there's just a whole lot of different variables that enter into it.
And then, again, Councilwoman, the fee and the structure, it's set up where we have to pay, the fees have to pay for all the services, the operations, and the capital. And so we need to have some money that goes back into the fund balance to pay for the big things that come up down the road.
Mayor, if I may, aren't you expecting with the inflation and so on that parents are just not going to be able to enroll their kids in as many activities as they have in the past? Is that being projected, or, I mean, I realize no one has the crystal ball.
Yeah. You know, if we looked back at 2008 when we had a recession, I think because recreation programs are pretty affordable of what you can do, or it's like, okay, do you go to, so we saw an increase in participation in the recreation programs, because I think people make choices. It's either go to Disneyland or you do the recreation center, you go to Roaring Springs, or you go to Lakeview Water Park. And so so there's no anticipation that our fees, and or at least we're not seeing it now. Like our day camp program is maxed out right now. Some of our programs are at maximum limits.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay, what is the will of the council? Well, excuse me. Let me think about this. We're in a public hearing, and we have not closed our public hearing. So, and I just want to make sure, our motion to continue on the other portion, now do I do a motion to close this public hearing? Is that correct? I just want to make sure I do it correctly.
Sorry, Mayor, I was looking at a code section. You can
That's okay.
state that question again.
So we earlier had the motion to continue the golf portion of this, and so this motion to close public hearing applies just to this portion. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Just to make sure it's okay. So at this time, I would, there's no one else wanting to testify, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Mayor Kling. I'll make a motion to close the Napa Rec Department and recreation fees discussion, the Napa Parks and Division fees, Coralon cemetery fees, and Napa Recreation Center membership policies. I
Good
believe
job.
that's the items.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, how would you like to proceed?
Mayor Kling, I'll also make
Yes.
the motion to approve the rate increases as presented to us in our packet for those 4 items that I just mentioned.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, can I ask Darren one more question, or can I not?
Yes, you may.
Darren, I'm struggling with this one because I love and appreciate all the programs that you guys have, and it offers so much for the community. And like you've stated, there's a lot of these programs that, are at capacity, that people are utilizing them. So that's good. I'm struggling with the rate increases just because everybody's dollar is just spread so thin that every dollar matters right now, and it does concern me. So I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe look at the programs and maybe we cut ones that aren't doing as well, and maybe if we can just try to, I don't know, is there a way to just kind of distribute money so that it kind of balances itself out if we cut programs?
So generally a program is how it's set up, and we have individual programs. Almost all of them, with the exception of a couple, like our traveling playground program. That one, we don't collect fees. It's just a city resource that we go out to different parks and low-income areas and have have adults have positive interactions with kids. And so, but just about every other, just like if you look at swimming lessons, we're probably not going to offer the program unless it's at a break even. It would get, so let's say that one person or two people signed up. We're already taking that into consideration and canceling that if it doesn't make sense, to run it. And so I think that's a good thought. But I think that we're doing that right now anyway. Certainly know that the price has just increased, and a lot of people do rely on our services. That's for sure. And with temporary help and trying to get people in, we're just still trying to find what it takes to fill the staff. If we don't have enough staff, we have to cancel the program. And so, and that's not sought after by us or the patrons that want to participate.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. Haverfield.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Darren. Darren, could we introduce our new golf manager?
During the 3 minutes, I was going to do that if you'll allow me.
Please, I think this is important because he, needless to say, has a project on his hands right now. You sure do.
I will say, after this meeting, I will say, man, I'm glad Tony's here. So, after that, because, yeah, he does have a project. Mayor and city council, we went through a long search looking for a golf manager. We hired Tony Blasius. This is his, I think he started 2 weeks ago from today, so he's just getting his feet wet. His most recent experience is working in Las Vegas, and what is really unique about Tony coming here, in 1990, Tony worked at Centennial Golf Course for John Lewis as he was starting his career. And so he's starting and then ended up back here after going to different golf courses, getting experience. But I'll let Tony just say a little bit more about himself, if I didn't take it all.
No, that's, like Darren said, I started here in 1990, and just my family and I, my wife and I, are just happy to be here, and I know there's a lot of things that we can do. Now I guess we've got a rate discussion, so I guess that was already decided before I got here, but I think there's some things that we can do, and we can make the community happy and move forward. So, thank you.
Tony, it's great to have you here, and this is a great opportunity for you because you're going to get to bring unify right where we are right now with golf, and you're going to get to jump in with both feet and meet everybody and figure it out.
We will. I think there's some room we can do that. So.
Yeah.
Mayor Kling.
Thank you. Yes.
I had lunch with Darren and Tony last Friday. And I'll tell you what, I was firing questions at Tony left and right, and he had the right answer. So I'm really excited. Thank you for coming up to Nampa.
Appreciate it.
That's great. It's great to have you here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're going to go back to get in order, and I just want to apologize to you all. I do have to say, I need a bathroom break. If we want to keep going, I will be really fast so that you don't, if we take a break, usually it's longer than 5 minutes. So I'm okay if you guys need to break. Okay, we're saying we got to do a bathroom break. Okay, so we're going to, guys, be 4 minutes. We're going to be fast. Okay, we'll be right back. Okay, we are ready to get started, and we are going to start with item 7.4. It's an action item, and again, you know what, I feel so bad. Candidly, making the decisions on how you do this, whatever way you do it, it doesn't work. It just is what it is. So I apologize, and thank you for your patience. So we are going to start with action item 7.4. This is a variance to code 1016-4C and 1016-6, requiring a minimum of 20-foot structure and parking setback for the expansion of Karcher Auto Body Building and the widening of State Highway 55. I'm not going to keep going. I will let you, are you Jeff Henderson?
I am.
Jeff, thank you. I appreciate your patience. Go ahead and get started.
I'm Jeff Henderson, live at 23833 Centerpoint Road, Caldwell. I'm the owner-operator of Karcher Auto Body. We were, kind of give you a quick rundown, bought the building in 16 or whatever, opened up business in 17. Been going great, everything's good. As any business, when you start becoming a little bit successful, you want to actually get a little expansion or what have you. So we're at that point. Well, long story short, I had put in a request to actually get a building permit to expand onto the building, and then IDT came to me and said that they were going to be taking a lane across the front of the building. So they would be taking roughly 15 or so feet of the parking lot. Nobody went out there and surveyed it, but it's just an ish line kind of in the parking lot that when we do that, which they can do, and that's fine, they're gonna do it, and everybody has to be happy, but now if I wanna do my expansion, the setbacks on that, now that are triggered, which is all in your ordinance and everything, would put a fence, like, I would lose all of my front parking. I don't have a big parking lot to begin with, for whatever, I guess it doesn't really matter, but with the setbacks, if I have to incur those, a fence would actually go up. There's a little jog out in the front edge of that building going up to 55 there. That's the office. You would almost have a fence setting on that building, and then I'd have to have landscape in front of everything. When I have Pioneer irrigation underneath that doesn't allow any structures or trees or anything on that anyway, so I would just be basically without a parking lot. So to do my expansion, I'm just asking for a variance so that I can push my fences out to the edge. IDT they had a whole slew of people come bombard me, and they basically said that what they want to do is they want to take all my access off of 55 and to where I would come in off of Sundance, which would be to the west of the building there on the road. They do not want any egress or anything off of 55, understandably, busy road. So they wanted me to basically come up with a plan that although that lot's not big, that would be useful. What would be a win-win-win for everybody? I threw out my little proposal and they liked it. So I'm here with you. The only way that actually works is if I can get a variance to push that back. I would need to, once everything gets asphalted, what I need to be able to do on the front of that building, I digress a little bit. If we go back to where if they take the lane and I add the building with the setbacks, I would not be able to pull a car into the front edge of that building. I would probably be able to pull a car into there, but never a truck. It would be too tight of a turn to get in the front of the building. It then makes it pretty much useless. So with that being said, I either don't do anything, and then you guys don't care if I have parking lots or handicap or anything like that, and I just go on about what I'm doing. But I couldn't better that corner. I couldn't put asphalt in because that triggers setbacks. So basically, I need to be able to have, if they're gonna not allow me to come in off of 55, and I have to enter in off of Sundance, I need to be able to drive around that whole building. And with those setbacks on the front of the building on 55, it would then make it to where you couldn't get around the building. And I would need every bit of parking all the way around the building to make that work. So I'm here in front of you to ask you if you can, you know, figure out a way that we can operate and continue forward. So if you have any questions or.
Do you have a picture of what it's going to look like?
Yeah, you guys had that.
Could we put that picture up? I think I maybe looked at it in. 'cause I
Yeah, so
did-
that is, what we have there is the proposed one. So they, to actually put my shot, to do the extension on there, they want me to move the office and put it around on the front so that, and then IDT said that they would build a beautiful wall or a fence or whatever in front of the 55 there so that you could block traffic, you know, make it look however, whatever everybody came up with. And when we enter in the other side, they wanted to have, instead of a customer have to drive over to the other office, have me move the office to the west end of the building.
The west side that we're seeing over on this one in the.
Correct. So that's what that other, when I first put in the plans, it was just the first rectangle off to the side of the building on the west of it. And then since they want to take away from my egress on that and come in the other way, they said that I would need to move my office to that other side. So as you can see, if we can come down, it's almost at the bottom edge of that purple circle would be, well, that's the new line right there, and then whatever setback, I need a fence somewhere, wherever it falls. I mean, however, I don't have it all lasered out, but you would, I just need to be able to get, if a tow truck's coming in to drop a car off, be able to circle around the whole building. With those setbacks, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Are there any other questions? This time? Okay, so as you know, you'll be back.
Perfect.
And we don't have anybody signed up, right? Okay, so it'll be pretty fast. You've waited a long time for pretty fast. Christy?
She says it'll be fast, and there's no pressure.
Well, and don't feel like you need to repeat it all, actually.
I will make it fast,
Thank you.
actually. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. I'm just going to zip through the high points on this one. I do want to cover a couple things just for the record, though. The history of this project, Karcher Auto Body has been at this location since 2017. It has a conditional use permit for auto repair in a BC zone that was approved in 2016, at which point they applied for their building permit and went through that process. So in that process, staff was aware that there were some comments made by the previous assistant planning director on that building permit, and his comment was, although the conversion of land use would normally trigger emplacement of landscaping along Karcher Road to include trees, an irrigation line and easement present at the property's front inhibits that from being emplaced. Also, the garage entry lanes and associated parking and maneuvering areas interfere with such a strip. So site circumstances were such that fully landscaped frontage improvements per Nampa City Code were in conflict with Pioneer Irrigation's facility. The functional operation of the existing structure, therefore they put in landscape rocks that were approved instead. Now that ITD has acquired the right-of-way, it has removed the irrigation facility and easement from the interior of the property, but it's still there at the property line. By moving the property line to the edge of the new right-of-way, it has decreased the available distance of that right-of-way from the usable area in the property from 26 feet from the furthest out point of the building to approximately 15 feet. I just kind of did a rough measurement, but it falls at about 15 feet, which, you know, is about enough room for a drive aisle. So staff finds that the BC zone does allow for auto repair and is approved as of May 2016. The property was purchased and has been operating successfully with the appropriate permits since 2017. Literal interpretation of the city code in regards to setbacks, parking, and landscaping requirements would render portions of the existing circulation and parking area unusable. The proposed expansion of the structure is potentially greater than 25% of the existing footprint of the building, requiring that certain site improvements be in place. They would conflict with the existing site characteristics and render portions of the existing circulation and parking area unusable. ITD is widening Karcher Road and acquiring some of the right-of-way from this parcel, which narrows the available area on the property. Other area property owners that may be affected by the widening of Karcher Road may not be expanding their facilities beyond 25% and therefore may not need to address these same setbacks. However, with the ITD plans for widening of this corridor, it would stand to reason that this may not be the last time we have a request like this. As a matter of fact, there's another one coming. Existing landscaping consists of landscape rocks and boulders based on previous building permit approvals and has not caused any harm to the public health or safety and has not posed any harm to other properties or improvements in the area. As a matter of fact, it has assisted in the proper functioning of the existing irrigation facility. With that, these are your motions, and I will stand for any questions.
Are there any questions for Christy? The only question I have, I'm just well, we'll just go through the process and I'll mention it later, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. There isn't anyone signed up to testify. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify? Seeing none, this is an opportunity if you would like to make any closing comments. And actually, my question was really about ITD, if we can guide ITD in the fence materials, the fencing materials, to make it a really attractive fence.
Yes,
Just
so
we can,
Mayor,
to make it
we-
really look nice.
We
Inside
have
and out.
discussed this with Jeff and with
Mm-hmm.
ITD, and they're willing to put in a fence according to city code, which would have to follow design review guidelines.
ITD is willing to put in the fence?
Yeah, I believe that's the agreement.
But I think, and it doesn't matter to me if they approve it, but I do believe that IDT on any highway or freeway or anything has design.
Standards anyway? Yeah.
They have authority over the design.
Yeah, we
But
will.
it doesn't matter either way. I mean, if it needs to go through here or
Yeah.
however, everybody's on board to make it be what it needs to be.
Okay, good, okay. So, do you have any closing comments?
I really don't. I mean, it's a yes or no kind of a situation here. I'm at a crossroads and I need to go right or left, and you guys are gonna let me know today.
Okay, so, council, do you have any questions for the applicant before we close public hearing? Seeing none, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Excuse me, Mayor.
okay, yes.
Since I was absent, I probably should abstain on this vote, or should I?
If you, it's up to you.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I read the packet, yes.
you read the packet, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
guys, it's late.
Let's
Who's
go.
making the motion?
If I can make the motion
Go for
very
it.
simplistic, I will make it. I move that we
It's in
accept
front
the
of you,
variance. I move that we accept the variance as stated, and that we, with the conditions of approval as stated, and that's my motion.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilman Haverfield?
I spoke to our legal counsel. I'm working on another project just to the east that's facing these same issues. But he said that I could go ahead and, I have nothing to do with this project, so I can vote,
You
go
can
ahead and vote.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so, and did you mention in your motion with any,
Conditions of
approval, whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're
Okay,
just two real general ones that are in there.
okay, okay. As stated, yeah.
On the screen.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I'm sorry you had to wait all evening for that.
No worries. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, 7.5, this is a variance of 102320, limiting the sign area to 300 square feet and sign height to 40 feet in order to construct a sign 80 feet in height in an area of 350 square feet in an industrial park at 0 Fargo Avenue. And you are you Robert?
I'm sorry. I'm
what-
Robert
you're-
Reed, Vital Signs. This is
you-
Roger Titmus with the property owners, Josh Nick LLP.
Robert, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
And thank you for waiting this evening, by the way.
absolutely, council. I am Roger Titmus, and I am a stinker. There are 5 stinker stores, convenience stores in Nampa, and we are excited to be building our 6th on the corner of Franklin Road and Fargo. And we're just north of the Franklin off-ramp. Our mailing address is 3184 Elder Street in Boise. And the applicant for this variance request is Josh Nick LLLP. Stinker operates on property held by Josh Nick. And I am prepared to address the objections raised by staff, if that's what you would like to hear. If not, I can give up my time to matters that need discussion.
Go
What's your
ahead,
pleasure?
whatever you feel is important for us to know, so please.
All right. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you and to share our vision for our project. We see an opportunity to provide food and fuel and groceries to residents and workers in the area north of the freeway near the Franklin Boulevard exit. And an important part of fully capturing that opportunity is making our presence known to drivers heading westbound on the freeway. And I want to thank Christy and Parker for all their help getting us through our approval processes and guiding our steps as we keep the project moving forward. She's awesome, and I appreciate her transparency, and I think it's pretty cool that she provided a list of businesses who have received sign height variances like the one that we're asking for, and I commend such transparency in our government. The obstructions making our site invisible to freeway drivers are not unique to our site. However, we believe we have a unique opportunity to create a mutual benefit that, if realized, can solve traffic problems south across the freeway and bring smoother traffic to businesses north on our side of the freeway. So good flowing traffic is critical to successful retail, and the more, the better. I've had the pleasure of working with Dan Badger and Caleb Leclerc, the city engineers, and they have held us to a standard that we also hold ourselves to make sure traffic flows smoothly past and in and out of our site. And I want to point out that we have included our neighbors, Pantera Market, Jack in the Box, and Labby Mint in these changes to the traffic. And with Dan's help, we're improving access to all these properties, and we're excited about the influx of shared customers that our project brings, and I hope to make good on the promise to our neighbors of bringing all these new customers in, and this sign is a part of that. And page 16 in your packet, and if you want me to just hand you that page, I've got a bunch of copies right here. Y'all got it? Page 16 shows a picture taken westbound on I-84 as you're approaching that Franklin exit. Yep, the picture on the top of the screen. So bear with me. Picture yourself driving westbound on the freeway. You've just come over a slight rise in the topography, and you've got the golf course on your right. Here's your right. And you now have a panoramic view of Nampa in front of you, and you can see at least 4 options for fuel. They've got tall signs, recognizable logos, red and green digits, but they are all on your left, on the south side of the freeway. And you see nothing on the right. Fuel on your left is less convenient because you're westbound, all right? But you need fuel, and maybe you have other urgent needs. So you take the Franklin exit and you head for the left turn lane, all right? By the time you can see our site on your right, if you choose to look, you've already committed to that left turn, all right? You take that left, and then you have to figure out how to get over and in and out and back over and westbound again on the freeway. And you have taken at least 2 more left turns while you're doing that. And what I've heard from traffic engineers is that left turns are the worst. They cause confusion and delay and often accidents of the most dangerous kind. And we would like to give drivers an option to turn right, and we propose to make them aware of that option while they still have the time to choose it, especially if they're driving a big rig. And there are a lot of big rigs on that north side of the freeway that fill up their trailers and their fuel tanks on that north side of the freeway and, well, would prefer to fill it up on the north side of the freeway, not having to go on the other side. So I'm not looking to redefine the word hardship, but if there's room within the existing definition, I submit that hardship created by a driver's inability to see our sign, to know their fuel options north of the freeway, that hardship would be borne not just by Stinker, but by drivers and businesses on both sides of the freeway. That is what I prepared for you, and I'd love to answer your question if you have any.
Mayor, if I may, I do have a question. Thanks, and thanks for all you do for Napa and the Stinker stations. I mean, you are very reputable. Appreciate it. My question is, and I don't know if you have, and you probably do have the answer, is there a sign on the freeway, like most exits, where it says, these are the restaurants, these are the gas stations? Is that currently for the Shell and the Chevron and the Maverick? Or is there a sign on the freeway itself that would add the Stinker station?
Boy, you'd think you'd see it in that picture right there.
But because most and I guess if there's not, I guess that's not our job to control the state freeway. There's not.
It would be good if there were one, though.
I mean, normally, if you travel a freeway, there's always signs letting you know what motels.
You know, when I
and-
really need a sign, they're generally there, and that's when there isn't an abundance of gas as I'm going. Here, you know, maybe you just.
Okay, so I mean, and that's important to me, if there's not current signage there, which I see there's not, so that answers my question, thanks.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
in our packet, the picture, it shows price of your sign, or the sign with a price of $3.89 for diesel. Can you leave it at that?
That's part of our proposal.
Unleaded, 388.
If you get the DinoPay card, or the app, it's an app now. Sorry.
We get a lot funnier, by the way, after 10 o'clock.
Oh, boy.
Some of us do.
Are there other questions at this time? So I will just say this is a public hearing, but we do not have anyone signed up. I don't believe is there anyone in this room?
Parker.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I was just going to move on. Okay, so if we don't have any other questions for the applicant, we'll have you back. We'll follow the procedures. Thank you. Parker, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Hurry up, Parker.
It's okay.
This is pretty.
You know, just I put a lot of work into this, so. I'll try and wrap this up before 10, before things get too funny. I'll just read my recommended findings. So staff is recommending denial in this case because there is no hardship present that's site-specific to this. So the two criteria that staff cited here, for the first one, there are extraordinary site characteristics applicable to the property involved, which do not generally apply to other properties classified in the same zoning district. The properties in this vicinity are all hindered by the same lack of vision due to trees from I-84 on the north side of the freeway. This business is no different than the adjacent businesses to it. And certainly, I know there's a Maverick further down the street as well that has the same issue. The second one, granting of the variance will constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations on other properties. Granting of this variance would constitute a special privilege because adjacent businesses, which also lack that visibility, would not have the same right to this, to an extraordinary sign height allowed. I can put a motion up and I can stand for any questions, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Beautiful, Parker, thank you.
Eric Ling. So Parker, are there any other signs in this, at that intersection that are exceeding the 40-foot limit?
So I knew you were going to ask me that, Councilman. So I looked at some old permits for the gas stations that they cited here. The Maverick at North Side, a variance was approved in 2016. That sign is 90 feet tall. That's at the next exit down. Jackson's also at North Side. Variance was approved back in 1985, and that's 90 feet. The Jackson's on Franklin is only 48 feet tall. That was approved via a CUP in 1991. The Chevron at Franklin is 33 feet tall. Jack in the Box is 40 feet. And Maverick further down Franklin is 30 feet tall.
So at this intersection, they're not exceeding that limit.
The Jackson's at Franklin on the south side of the freeway is 48 feet tall, but that's the tallest one at that exit.
And not twice that. So is that basically the reason for your recommendation of denial?
Mayor and councilmen, by granting this variance, you would have to grant the same variance to all the businesses that would be around it to not count this as a special privilege.
Thank you.
Mayor, question. So they're asking for 80 feet. And is there somebody that, from a staff standpoint, that as far as from a site standpoint, does not need to be 80 feet? Be a lesser variance height?
Mayor and councilman, it's hard to judge. We would have to set a specific standard in our code for signs that are within a certain distance of the freeway. Our code isn't written that way right now. And it's hard to judge how far from the freeway does a business need to be to have a certain size of a sign to be visible. It's a hard code to write, and it's just not written that way right now.
Okay, well, when the applicant comes back, I'll ask him what the reason is, why they figured it needed to be 80 feet. So, okay, thanks.
Mayor, just follow up. Parker, in our packet on page 542 is a photograph that has a superimposed image of the approximate location of that sign that's being discussed. It indicates, is that to scale at 85 feet, or because right next to it is the 45-foot tall Shiloh Inn street sign that seems to be about the same height as this proposed image?
Mayor and councilman, I'm not sure. You're talking about the image at the top there?
I'm looking at, again, it's 542 in our packet. Yeah, that
this
one.
image. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the right scale, but the applicant might be able to tell. They submitted this picture.
In reality, I mean, if that's true, that the 45-foot tall Shiloh sign is in its true location, that this one would be twice as high as indicated in this picture if it was granted to be 85 feet tall. At least that would be my intuitive nature to see it that way. Okay, so you can't answer that question.
Unfortunately,
Is the terrain of the ground the same, though? Because if I remember correctly, it could be that Pantera, that ground
They're
sets,
both down at the same level.
are they equal level?
Yeah, because it comes down off that overpass, so.
And it goes, yeah. I just don't know where Shiloh's sign is. If Shiloh is further south, if it's higher to where it's a shorter sign, because it could be. You'd have to, yeah.
So Mayor, the other question is, I guess, a 70-foot trees. So I take it that may be the reason, but I'm not seeing a 70-foot tree right in front of this sign proposal. So at least from the photo.
Mayor, really quickly, Parker, do other municipalities have that in their code where close to the freeway they have higher sign limitations?
Mayor and Councilwoman, yes, there are some cities that do. I've spent a little bit of time looking at sign codes as we're looking at changing ours. And yeah, there are some that do and some don't.
Some neighboring us, does Meridian, Boise, Caldwell?
I don't remember off the top of my head. But we would, likely address that with a code change so that we don't have to make these special variance, approvals for every single business. It would be a broad code change to address all of it.
You think that's in our near future to adjust that? I would just hate to deny something and then turn around and have it next year, it's fine, and they just put a sign up and spent all the money and now it's okay. So just wondering what your thoughts are.
Mayor and council, I guess I would look to you, Mayor, to direct us to do that, and we will make that happen if that's the direction of council.
Let me ask, make what happen again?
To look at our sign code and allow for higher signs within a proximity of the freeway.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but actually, it doesn't really relate to this public hearing at this time.
Yeah.
Because the impact of that would be if we chose to do that. I don't know. So I'm more than happy to consider that, but I'm not sure how that would apply to this decision today.
And Mayor, I think that the response from Parker about that was that in this situation, if we can't find that it meets the criteria for a variance, and we don't want to create a special circumstance for this individual property owner, but we want to allow them to have higher signs near the freeway, perhaps the answer is to change the code rather than to grant special exceptions or variances on a case-by-case basis.
Which is something, I mean, I'm not opposed to considering it if we need to consider it, because we've had a lot of variances along the freeway. And we've asked, there have been considerable number of them. If we were to do that, though, how does that influence this decision today, is the question in my mind, because we have a decision before us, and that code. So Todd, do you have a thought?
Madam Mayor and council, variances are always fun because you want to try to be practical. And I'll say our code is what it is, and staff is doing their best to apply it. As I said, there's case law out there that also says if nobody's harmed, then there's no foul, so to speak, when granting a variance. So if you were to look at, if you're inclined to grant a variance and pursue a code change, I think what Councilmember Jangla is trying to articulate is if we're going to change it, why do we need to make them wait and just grant it, and we can pursue an ordinance change as well. And then staff's perspective is, well, let's change the ordinance and do that. It's a timing question. But what you have in front of you today doesn't really relate to that code change, in that it's the application in front of you, and you need to make the decision in accordance with your interpretation of the facts in the code.
Thank you. So my thought is, if we're granting a special privilege, because that's one of the things, I may not be stating it exactly correct, but and I don't know if this is fair to address this, but Maverick is just across the street and down a hair, right? If we grant this sign, then Maverick is going to want a taller sign. They're going to look for the same thing. And so it's consistency. And I know we're not here to talk about a competitor, but if they come then, are we going to grant the same privilege? And so that's one of the things, I guess that's what I sit here and think about. How do we address that? If the next entity, whether it is Chevron or whatever, because if you think about it, Chevron and Maverick over at Northside are 90-foot signs. So we're just the exit ahead of that. And even though the other side of the street didn't go with a large sign, it's really not a whole lot different than what we've got just a mile down the road at Northside, which is a sign large enough so that people can see that your business is there, right, which is important. I'll be quiet at that.
Mayor, how
So-
did they get taller signs a mile down the road?
Variance.
It was a variance and it was approved. Yep.
So that wasn't special privilege then? Or it was?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know what to say to that, yeah.
I'm just curious.
Was it or wasn't it? Yeah. Yes. So this is a public hearing, though. Do we have any other questions for Parker? If not, then I would like to open the public hearing. We do not have anyone signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that would like to testify? Laura, do you want to testify? Christian, you want to testify? You guys
Christian.
are stellar. Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for our applicant to have a final comment before we close public hearing. You'll pass? Okay.
But
So-
Mayor, if I may, let me
Yes.
ask you that question, the one on the height. I mean, I guess, and I'm going to make a comment after I'm done, but as far as the height, you have figured, and this is the height you need, 85 feet to be able to have that visibility, or you go lower?
Yeah, Mayor and Mr. Bruner, I did this analysis myself, so it's only as good as me and a laser. But what I determined was that to have the bottom of our sign peeking over those trees and that building, I need the bottom of the sign to be about that 45
You probably don't want the
feet.
gas price showing though, do you?
We'll scare them off.
No. So how soon do you expect it, what's your projected date to be open?
By the end of 2023.
The end of next year. So there is, my comment, I'll make a comment. And that was my question. I'll make a comment. I'm done. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, this is my handiwork.
So the height of the sign as shown on there, is that 85 feet tall?
As best as I could scale it off, yes.
So across the street, you've got a 45-foot tall Shiloh Inn sign, and they're at the same plane from what I can see as far as on the site plan, but they're both springing off the same level. Why isn't that twice the height that was indicated?
You know, when I measured my sign, what I used to calibrate my drawing was things that were in the foreground with my sign. When I put the measurement on that Shiloh Inn sign, I used what I calculated with my laser from the ground. And those are two different methods for scaling a sign.
So you weren't on the freeway when you shot the laser, I assume?
No, I was beneath the Shiloh Inn sign, and I shot the top of the sign. And my sign isn't there. I had to just, slap it on there and calibrate using the picture.
So I'm just looking at a couple of slides later, it shows the proposed sign location, and it shows across the street, the Shiloh Inn and where its sign is, and they're at the same level on Franklin, or pretty much the same level. So it's not like the mayor was saying, is the Shiloh Inn sign uphill? It's not.
No, if there's a difference, it's a couple of feet at most.
So this image is a little misleading, is all I'm trying to say. If it was 85 feet, it would almost to be where it says approximate location of our southeast corner, it'd be up into that block of lettering. That's how tall it would be.
I can see why you think that. Yeah, I can see why you'd say that.
Except Shiloh has better direct visibility off the freeway, but they may not soon enough too. It's hard to say. Okay. So with that, do we have any other questions for our applicant?
I've talked to Packaging Company of America, and they have agreed to give me a price to do that.
Yeah, for the Christmas tree.
Yeah. Okay, so if there are no further questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. How would we like to proceed?
Mayor, I'll make a move to approve the variance of Napa City Code 102320, limiting sign area to 300 square feet and sign height to 40 feet in order to construct a 85-foot height for Robert Reeder Lytle, sign representing Josh Nick, with all conditions listed in this staff report.
Because conclusions of law, because,
What's listed on the screen? How's that?
there are extraordinary site characteristics
Yes.
applicable to the property involved and its
Yes.
proximity to the freeway,
You got it.
possibly? I'm just reading. So Todd, are we there?
I know, it's,
Madam Mayor and council members, we've done this before. If you could kind of describe some of the physical things that you think fit those criteria, we'll do our best to plug them in. But you do need to look at those things and, or you should say, you should look at those things and try to describe how they apply here.
Well, first of all, you can't even read them.
So Mayor, there's not a second on this.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, you are a second, then I'll have the discussion. I would be in favor, I want them to have visibility, but that's why I asked the timeline as far as the opening of this store. And I would like to see us visit the freeway ordinance. And so at this point in time, just for consistency and so on, I'm going to vote, I hate to do it, but I'm going to vote for denial. So just so you're aware, but I would really like for us to look at this sooner than later.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Thanks.
I agree. I don't think this is setting the right precedent. I would be more comfortable with a 60-foot limitation. It's somewhat in continuity with what else is happening out there, but 85 feet seems to be too tall to me.
Yep.
Yes.
Remember what we did for that Idaho gun? How big was that sign? Remember that? 70 feet? I guess my concern is we have different signs up and down the freeway that are quite large, so that's
Yep.
just the, kind of setting the, I'm sure that, I'm pretty sure it'll get changed here soon. Things next to the freeway need to be a little larger. So I hate to not approve them and then 5 years later they gotta put
Yeah.
how much thousands of dollars into a new sign. I know that's probably not a legal approved reason, but there is other signs really, within a couple miles with the larger signs, so I hate for some people to get it and then some can't. So I'll be voting yes. I do think I do think being close to the freeway makes it a little bit different from the rest of the city.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call.
Madam Mayor, do we need findings before we do a motion?
Oh. Okay. Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Brunner,
No.
Chingula,
Yes.
Reynolds,
No.
Haverfield,
No.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor.
It's a tie. I knew that was going to happen. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, please break the tie.
Oh, thank you. This is a difficult one. It's difficult only because of it's setting the precedent. And I can't ask the applicant a question because my thought is that if we deny it right now, if we don't approve it, and we change our code and get that code changed, then you can come in under code and there's consistency. I'm not sure what the time frame is. If there's time to do that, for us to get our code changed and then to come back with the sign, if it's not going to be done until the end of '23. Wow. So I'm going to vote, let me think. So the motion was to approve. At this time, I'm going to vote no. But, and I'm sorry, but I do hope that we need to address, I don't know what your timing is. So I'm going to go ahead and vote no, that we're not going to go ahead and approve the variance. However, I think we need to, let's work through the process and get our code changed so that then we're not having to create the variances for you to get a sign that is visible from the road. And if you're not opening till the end of '23, we've got about a year. We need to address our sign ordinance and come up with something so that we can not be doing a bunch of variances. Because if we do this one, we're going to have to offer more, and we need some consistency. So I know that puts you in a time frame issue, possibly, but my hope is it's not a permanent no. So when I'm not approving this motion, it's with the intent that let's look at our code and figure out what's workable. in the future. So, I'm sorry?
That motion fails.
Do we need another motion? Oh, we do? Okay, well, I guess then somebody could come up with a different motion.
But just to close the loop on the other one, it was a 3-4, so the motion did fail. The motion to approve is now 3-4, and so it failed.
So I thought it was either, Madam Clerk, either a denial or approval. So we denied it.
So legal, what?
So the motion was to approve, that failed, now you need a motion to deny.
Okay, I so move, we deny the variance.
The reason is all stated by staff.
And again, with that motion, shouldn't we be able to get something done by spring at the latest?
Mayor and council, I'm in the process of rewriting the sign code.
Okay.
So with our next code changes, it should be in there.
It would be, okay. And it would be nice to ask for some input, right, on the various signs, so. Or the company's right, get input from the various businesses on what our code can be that works with our city and works with the businesses. And I saw your hand raised, but we can't since we're out of public hearing. But we will come,
But he can talk to staff.
you can talk to staff. So if you have a quick question and want to go talk to staff and staff can talk to us, you're welcome to. Yeah, you guys can visit if you need to. So right now, we had a motion to deny, and there was a second. And is there any further discussion? Okay, is there discussion that we need to hear from you? From the applicant? Rodney, I'm sorry. I'm waiting on Rodney. Yes.
Mayor, just that the applicant was willing to decrease the height. I don't know if you want us to have that kind of conversation outside of the public hearing, but that was the direction. I think the 70 feet would be acceptable to the applicant if there was a motion in that regard. But
Well, I think that's important to know. So I think that's an important piece of the discussion that we can take into consideration. If the applicant is willing to decrease the sign height from 85 down to 70 feet, we just know that. And so I guess as we vote, that is a piece of information to put in because there could be a motion to approve at a lower height. So-
Mayor, I made the motion, but I would just as soon if we can get this variance as far as the height, so we're not doing a variance at this point in time. And we just need to, I repeat myself, sooner than later, and hopefully no later than spring, we can decide whether we can go up to 70 feet or whatever, or 60 feet or whatever the case might be. So I'm going to keep my motion as far as at this point in time to deny it.
And the second was,
Motion to deny was based upon the staff findings,
yes.
correct? Otherwise, we have to come up with another reason to support it. So I'm just going to go ahead and go with what the staff recommendation was and all the conditions that are in there. So my second will stand in.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Angula?
No.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Bauer? No. Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, please break the tie.
That means the third motion if you don't.
It does mean a third motion. So, okay, so the motion is to deny, and 3 have agreed to deny the hearing, and 3 have agreed not to deny. Ah. Thank you, guys. I'm just thinking which way I'm going to go.
And I'll agree to it.
You cannot lobby.
Well,
Can't do that.
Side
talk.
Okay,
Reality
can't
is-
do that, but, okay, so The motion is deny, so if I say no, then we do not deny. Is that correct? I need to make sure I've got it right. Is that correct? Correct.
If you vote no, the motion fails.
Okay. I'm going to vote no, so the motion fails so that we can have another discussion.
Good. Do it, Jacob.
So it may not go anywhere, but,
I know.
okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance, except 85 feet will approve to 70. And the reason is we just approved Idaho Guns, which is less than 2 miles down the freeway. We approved a 70-foot sign, gosh, within the last 6
Yeah.
months. So, with all recommended staff recommendations,
Well, the reasoning would be because of,
yeah. So I stated with the, instead of the 85 feet, 70 feet.
I'll second that.
it's been moved and seconded to approve the variance, but at a height of 70 feet. Yes,
Yes. I-
yes. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
No.
Jangula,
Yes.
Reynolds,
No.
Haverfield,
I'm just questioning whether we gave enough rationalization for it, and I guess it's based upon precedent.
Kind of commenting in the middle of voting here, but I think the reasons for the previous approval, I assume, would similarly apply to this one, only it's just a little bit less. That's the way I'd try to craft it when we get around to writing it.
Yeah, other businesses have had the larger sign, whether it be Sportsman's, whether it be Target. I mean, a lot of these big businesses have the large signs. So the same criteria from Idaho Guns.
Call to vote, isn't it? We're not in discussion.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure we were covered.
Okay, so
The motion was to approve 70-foot with a 350-foot area. And if I don't support the motion, the mayor's going to have to break another tie. I'll support the motion. Say yes.
Rodriguez,
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
70 feet it is.
I wanted to go
Guys,
one without another.
Thank you.
guys, still, just because we did this, please, let's look at this code, okay? All right.
I think we need to. Okay, so I would stand for a motion to
Yes.
close the meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.